Muy buenos días, feliz viernes a todos. Espero que le estén pasando muy bien, que hayan tenido una excelente semana, la primera semana fuerte del año. Ya cumpliste tu propósito del nuevo año, ya estás mamadísimo, ya estás flaquísima, ya te conseguiste un güey con un chingo de varo, ya te conseguiste a la vieja chichona. Sí, ya, felicidades, lo has hecho en un tiempo récord. Imagínate, un güey que acabó ya el día de hoy su resolución de nuevo año, ¿cómo se dice en español? No tengo ni puta idea. Pues bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Nosotros, nuestra resolución, nuestro propósito de año nuevo, ahí está. Es simplemente divertirnos muchísimo en el casino y poder ganar la mayor cantidad de lana posible o mitigar la pérdida a lo mayor. De eso se trata esto. No todo el tiempo te salen las cosas bien, aunque por ahora este año hemos empezado calientes en ETA y no nada más el tío Salo, que anda, no es cierto. Continúo con la tendencia, no me peiné, pero es por una razón. Me iba a poner mi gorra, pero quiero que vean esto. Cómo me está saliendo pelo donde ya no tenía y vean. O sea, literalmente ya tengo melena otra vez. Uso dos cosas, porque mucha gente me está preguntando esto. Güey, ¿qué pedo con tu pelo? ¿Por qué tienes pelo otra vez? No son injertos. Uno, regresé a usar las pastillas de Finastride y la otra chingadera. Tienen las dos ingredientes juntos. ¿Por qué? Hormonalmente me hacen falta. Voy a intentar, he estado intentando buscar, pero no he encontrado nada todavía que lo pueda hacer naturalmente, entonces estoy tomando esas pastillas. Esa es una. La segunda cosa que hago, bueno, la primera que hice fue la de la cebolla, eso ayudó una base. Me tomé las pastillas y la otra cosa que hago es esto. Esta es una gorra que tiene luz roja. Me la pongo por 10 minutos, me veo presentable y en esto me está dando un tratamiento de no mames, ¿no? Te la pones, la prendes y literalmente en 10 minutos hace y se acaba. Para que lo tengan listo, mis estimados. Pues bueno, es solamente una estupidez que les quería compartir para aquellos que preguntan por qué tengo pelo otra vez, es por eso. Vamos a hablar el día de hoy. Hoy tenemos un buen thumbnail, traemos la actitud, traemos ganas de decir pendejadas, de jugarle. Y pues bueno, qué mejor que poder hablar del gran Donald Trompone, que ahora va a ser nuestro presidente, por supuesto, en México, ¿no? Ya todo el mundo está emputadísimo. No puedo imaginar. Cada que hablo de México, me llegan amenazas de muerte. Es un placer, de verdad. Me llegan amenazas de muerte y me hacen estas campañas de eres un estafador, instantáneamente salen a hablar de los root golems, bla, bla, bla. Vénganse, putitos, porque recuerden, mientras más odio me tiran, aunque sean bots, más crece se vuelve más viral la cosa. Así que vénganse. Si me quité la playera, por cierto, me quité la playera el otro día en Instagram, nunca me habían acusado tanto de ser un estafador. Por decirle a la gente, hago esto con ayuno. ¿Estafarlos de qué? Está de huevos este pedo. Y la gente está. Ahora sí, la gente y la gran cantidad de bots que empiezan esto están loquísimos. Pero, güey, tráfico sin que me cueste nada y además me paga este pedo. Gracias. Una vez más, gracias. Pero bueno, lo que estoy a punto de decirles de Donald Trump les va a sonar raro. Porque cuando empezó el mandato, hace un año hice un video de México y les dije, oigan tíos, han visto todos ustedes que literalmente el gran Donald Trompone está empezando a activar diferentes oficinas de la CIA, la DEA y todo eso en México. Y obviamente todos salieron a decirme que era un mentiroso, que no es cierto, que solamente es porque no me cae bien la presidenta o la Morena. Me da igual, absolutamente igual. México es lo mismo que en Estados Unidos. No existe. Sé que tenemos la idea de que Morena es un partido muy diferente a los demás, pero esta es lo mismo que todo. Entonces, siempre es lo mismo. En México siempre es lo mismo. En Estados Unidos siempre es lo mismo. Todo siempre es lo mismo. Pero les conté, están activando este pedo por alguna razón, ¿no? Entonces la gente no me creyó. Ahora que cayó lo de Venezuela, ponen una vez más, Donald Trump se le va a echar a México encima, bla, bla, bla. Y ahora sí la gente está cagada, ¿no? Bien, ok. Mi objetivo es que entiendan en México mínimo dos cosas. Esto es lo que yo sé. Esto es lo que he estado escuchando. Esto una vez más. Yo no les digo estas cosas que leí en las noticias. Estoy viendo a la gente que trabaja con los gobiernos. Esos son mis cuates. Queramos o no, conozco a esas personas, ¿no? y vienen y me cuentan cosas porque quieren que invierta con ellos o que les ayude con algo, les presente a alguien. Entonces, me cuentan estas cosas. Es así de fácil. No puedo leer el futuro, no estoy inventando nada, no tengo ni idea de lo que va a pasar, se los digo. Lo que sí sé es, como les dije esa vez, es que México no es la siguiente víctima de Estados Unidos. La siguiente víctima de Estados Unidos no será nombrada en este en vivo, de acuerdo a todo lo que me han dicho, y les voy a decir el simple por qué, porque estoy tomando ventaja de ello. Soy honesto de a madre, ¿eh? No crean que soy de esos güeyes que se esconde y les va a contar un cuentito, porque estoy planeando en comprar cosas en donde van a atacar donde sigue. Es todo, me estoy adelantando a eso. México no hay pedo, no hay pedo. Quiero que entiendan esto. La guerra que tanto les pintan a todos ustedes de contra las drogas, si vieron cómo pudieron capturar a Maduro, ¿ok? En 45 minutos, vieron cómo lo pudieron capturar, se lo llevaron y a la chingada, se acabó. ¿Ustedes de verdad creen que una guerra contra las drogas o contra lo que sea, güey, va a durar 40 años? O sea, no, Estados Unidos tiene cosas que no puedes comprender, donde aparece en un lado y aparece en otro instantáneamente del mundo. ¿No me crees? Lo han dicho públicamente. Literalmente, hay una bomba nuclear y tienen algo, es como lo describen. Tenemos una bomba nuclear que puede ser entregada en cualquier lado del mundo instantáneamente. ¿Qué crees que significa eso? Pones aquí y aparece acá. No, ese es el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Tenemos literalmente las llaves de de la tecnología más loca que te podrías imaginar, que obviamente si sigues las noticias, pues no existe, pero ya la tienen. Una vez más, fueron y capturaron a Maduro en 45 minutos, ¿no? Vientos. Entonces, esta guerra contra las drogas no existe. Lo único que pasa es a la gente que ponen en poder, porque tienes que saber, Estados Unidos es el que escoge. Ahorita, si te fijas, en Irán la gente se está revoltando en contra del gobierno. Han visto los videos, ¿no? De Irán volviéndose loco y están haciendo protestas y ahora sí todo el mundo es, ahora sí, para que vean, la gente está cansada del régimen. Estados Unidos ha confesado una y otra vez, que ellos controlan este tipo de revueltas a través de redes sociales que se usan localmente. Ellos son los que organizan estas revueltas para poder hacer esto. Estados Unidos está armando un desmadre en Irán. Ahora, todo el mundo cree que es nacional y que es dentro de dentro. Si eso es lo que cree, está bien. No vengo por cierto, no quiero convencer a nadie de lo que yo estoy diciendo. No importa que lo que diga se siga pasando, no tiene nada que ver. Si no lo quieres creer, quédate un año no creyéndolo y después cuando pase te puedes cagar de miedo un rato y disfrutarlo. En Irán están haciendo lo mismo, están haciendo las revueltas, lo que sea. Irán no es el país en el que estoy invirtiendo de segunda, ¿ok? Ese no es. Es en Latinoamérica. Y les digo esto de corazón, algo está armando Estados Unidos definitivamente, pero está usando dos distracciones. México es una de ellas y Greenland es la otra. Algo va a pasar en México definitivamente o algo está pasando en México, sobre todo porque ya vi que ya le pusieron aranceles a China de 35%, etcétera, que era lo que les había dicho. México no puede, se estaba suicidando comercialmente hablando. Una vez más, yo qué sé, no es como que tengo negocios en México que están en todas las tiendas que puedas entrar. No. Yo no sé nada, yo solamente soy un youtuber. Entonces, recuerden, esto solamente es entretenimiento antes de que vayamos a las tablas a apostar en el casino. En México, lo que ocurrió es lo mismo que en Venezuela, pero diferente. Una vez más, Estados Unidos colocó a la gente que está con Maduro y todo eso. ¿Por qué? Porque el día que Maduro se portó mal, hijo de puta, no le pagó a los multibillonarios de Estados Unidos, de México, de Canadá, de China, de Japón, por todo el oro, todo el petróleo que les debe, perdón, mi yogurte está listo. Como no les pagó, pues dijeron, ¿sabes qué? Se acabó, güey, vamos a poner otro güey que sí nos pague. Y además vamos a aprovechar y hacer este pedo turístico. Vámonos. Bien, ahí tomamos ventaja de ello. Chingón, eso fue lo que pasó. Para la gente que crea que es otra cosa y que a Estados Unidos le importa a la gente de Venezuela, ¿qué? ¿Le importó hoy? No le importaba antes, le importó hoy. No tenían la tecnología, Alejandro, para poder ir a Venezuela, ¿no? No tenían el ejército. Me mama cómo justificamos cosas que no tienen sentido alguno. La guerra contra el narcotráfico en México por 40 años. Estados Unidos es el que le vende todas las armas a todos los carteles. Estados Unidos es el que le lava todo el dinero a todos los carteles. Estados Unidos es el que mueve todas las drogas a entrar a Estados Unidos mismo. ¿No lo crees? Entonces, podemos detener a Maduro, podemos ir a otro lugar, podemos entregar una bomba nuclear de un lado del mundo al otro instantáneamente, pero no podemos detener cocaína que entra a Estados Unidos. Me imagino que la gente le está absorbiendo desde aquí, ¿no? Así de... hasta Bolivia y Perú y donde tengan la cocaína más potente de todo el mundo, ¿no? O sea, no mamen. Lo están dejando entrar, es parte también de lo que en Estados Unidos nos encanta, es poder matar a nuestra gente lentamente, porque no mames el varo que haces. Güey, una operación de lo que sea en Estados Unidos, si te la cobran, tal cual, de lo que sea. Operación, que ponte tú, te rompiste la muñeca, $1,000,000. Y si creen que estoy mamando, búsquenlo. Búsquenlo. Es lo que cobran por cualquier cosita. Güey, que necesito un trasplante de corazón, le vas a deber el Palacio de Buckingham al hospital donde te operen. ¿Ok? Después de eso. Es como funciona, ¿no? Roba, 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 infla, 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 roba, roba, roba lo que inflas y después tiras para que haya menos dinero, te quedas con toda la gran cantidad de dinero que había estado inflado y lo vuelves a hacer. Es el ciclo de Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos tiene esto con México. Estados Unidos es dueño de los carteles. Dueño, dueño. No solamente son dueños de sus cuentas de banco, no solamente son dueños de sus armas, no solamente los entrenaron, no sé si vieron lo de cuando agarraron al hijo del Chapo, ¿se acuerdan? Fue eso, ¿no? No me acuerdo exactamente ahora, que fue creo que fue en Culiacán. Estaban, que agarraron todos los centros, habían camioncitos de AT&T que se abrían como los de Rambo, ¿no? Que pum, se abría y salía un güey de atrás con la casi solamente faltó Sylvester Stallone para completar la película de acción, cabrón. ¿Y ustedes creen que eso lo aprendieron los carteles así, viendo videos de YouTube? ¿Cómo pelear una guerrilla, no? Y en YouTube hay un güey, hola, bienvenidos, soy Juan Carlos. Les voy a enseñar hoy cómo pelear contra, ¿no? Contra la corrupción o contra un gobierno, no sé. Lo primero que vas a necesitar es un tanque de $7 billones. Entonces, Estados Unidos es dueño de todo esto. Hay alguien en México, la gente en el poder, los mismos que están siempre encima cambiándole de color a la banderita de qué es en lo que todos ustedes se pelean, que si Morena es el peor, que si el PAN, que si el PRI, es el mismo, ¿no? Igualito que en Estados Unidos. Pero ustedes se pelean, en lo que todos ustedes se pelean por ello, ellos hacen sus mamadas. Alguien dentro de ese grupo está haciendo mamadas, se los digo de una vez. Y esto tiene más que nada que ver con Pemex. O es lo mismo el petróleo. Todos nosotros creemos lo que nos dicen. ¿Cómo funciona todo de acuerdo a lo que nos dicen? ¿No? Si eres creedor de todas las cosas que pasan, güey, en Venezuela lo que pasó fue que están en contra de Maduro porque es un traficante de drogas. Y eso fue la gota que derramó el vaso. No, que, bueno, ahora estás traficando drogas a Estados Unidos. Pero no vamos por los carteles mexas, no. Vamos por el presidente de un país. No sé, a mí me suena raro eso, ¿no? O también es que la gente de Venezuela tiene que ser liberada. ¿Por qué no los liberamos antes? Nada más ahorita se nos ocurrió, fue de, ok, ya, de una vez. No, lo que pasó fue en Venezuela, y esto no lo creen ustedes, tu billonario favorito local, te lo juro por mi vida, he visto todo. Tu billonario favorito local, el güey que está hablando en la tele y diciéndote todas las cosas, ¿no? De tu país que están mal. Tu billonario, esto ocurre también en Canadá, ocurre en Estados Unidos. Trump es un billonario que hizo esto, por ejemplo. Ocurre también en México, en todos lados. Hay estos billonarios locales que son muy queridos y están muy enfrente de todos por el público y tienen problemas con el gobierno. Me imagino que tienen varias ideas, ¿no? De esos billonarios que están acusando al gobierno de que los está persiguiendo y tienen como un pleito en voz alta. Lo tienen para que la gente no se dé cuenta que ellos manejan todo. ¿Quién maneja los gobiernos en todos lados? Imagínate que tienes miles de millones de dólares. ¿Tú crees que la gente en el gobierno trabaja así de, perdón, señor billonario, no voy a tomar su dinero? No. No sean mamones. Ellos controlan todo, ellos controlan. Tienes que crear oposición en contra tuya para poder verte bien. Esto es marketing 101, papi. 101. Entonces, voy a crear una oposición, es el gobierno. Tengo que verme bien para que la gente me vea como si fuera esto y que también entiendan que yo no soy el pendejo que no paga impuestos y que no les paga nada a todos ustedes y que todos ustedes coman verga. No, 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 no. El gobierno está en contra mía. Todo está pasando en todos lados del mundo. Esos billonarios todos son dueños de casi todas las, en diferentes lugares, de todos los recursos que existen, sobre todo oro, sobre todo petróleo, ¿ok? En Venezuela, muchos de estos billonarios dejaron de recibir pagos por toda su infraestructura petrolera de cada uno. Y cuando dejaron de recibir pagos, tienen el costo de seguir corriendo con esta infraestructura. Así funcionan los contratos de gobierno. Cuando tienes ese gasto de 30, 100 millones de dólares al mes que te sigue costando y es cash, no puedes comprarlo con acciones, tienes que poner cash. Llega un punto donde dices, no más. Y ahí fue donde fueron a sacar a Maduro, solamente por eso. Lo mismo está pasando en México y tiene que ver con Pemex. Una vez más, no tengo ni puta idea que sea, pero es a dónde va esto. Eso no tiene nada que ver, no los van a atacar, no les van a hacer nada, etcétera. Una vez más, México parece estar alineándose más y más con Estados Unidos, con lo de China, etcétera, que era lo que se les estaba... Hay algo ahí que no entiendo completamente. Igual y China también ya tenía más las manos metidas en Pemex y eso ya no le gustó a Estados Unidos. Yo sé que ustedes van a decir que no funciona así, está perfecto. No funciona. Recuerden, no sé nada. Soy solamente un influencer. Es todo lo que soy. Como todos ustedes, cualquier persona que tiene un teléfono y se muere es un influencer, ¿no? Es lo mismo, no soy nada. Entonces no sé, solamente le estoy contando lo que yo me imagino. El siguiente país de esto está relacionado también con algo que tiene, al que van a atacar. No va a atacar Estados Unidos al país, va a ir a... No, honestamente no sé cómo vaya a vender la siguiente, porque no tengo un conocimiento. Yo imagino que lo va a hacer con algo que tenga que ver con China y Rusia. Lo van a tener que vender así, porque no hay otra. Ya verán por qué cuando ocurra. A México le va a tocar tarde o temprano, pero va a ser diferente. Yo imagino que se vayan a llevar al CEO de alguna empresa o algo así. Una vez más, los carteles trabajan para México, para Estados Unidos. Ellos son amigos nuestros. Podríamos capturarlos mañana porque, una vez más, tenemos armas que pueden entregar un payload nuclear de un lugar a otro en el planeta instantáneamente. Por eso podemos hacer lo que sea cuando sea. Pero no queremos. Tenemos que mantener esa ilusión de que todo el mundo está separado, que como Venezuela estaba sancionado por Estados Unidos, definitivamente no hay billonarios de Estados Unidos que tengan contratos de gobierno. Por eso fuimos a rescatarlos. Tenemos que asegurarnos que esos contratos en México también sean pagados. Tenemos que asegurarnos que los contratos en el otro lado que les estoy diciendo sean pagados, etcétera. Es simplemente lo que está pasando. Hay gente que se pasó de huevos que dijo, güey, pues, ¿qué van a hacer? No me van a venir a cobrar. Ah, no, puto. Y ahora también lo que les aseguro es que el hecho de que se hayan llevado a Maduro como se lo llevaron está espantando a todos estos otros güeyes y tal vez no haya necesidad de intervención y estos güeyes simplemente doblen las manos y entiendan que no puedes contra el gobierno de Estados Unidos que se puede teletransportar de un lugar a otro. Para decirlo sencillamente, ¿no? Entonces, van a ir a atacar México y tranquilos. Uno, yo digo, tal vez a un narco, tal vez, ¿no? Como para hacer como un teatro, pero no creo. Va a ser ahora, van a hacer una guerra. Nel, güey. Nel pastel. No se me, los veo a todos poniéndoseme locas y echándole la culpa, no sé qué, ni se preocupen por estas mamadas. De nuevo, es todo un pinche show y un teatro de mierda que no funciona para nada. Veo mi queridísima Priscila pone que yo creo que es Colombia, no es Colombia. No es Colombia. El siguiente, no es Colombia. Vamos a seguir al tanto de esto una vez más. Yo lo único que estoy haciendo es siguiendo a mis cuates y gente que conozco que está metida con los gobiernos en todo el mundo. Y cuando ellos me dicen algo, pues sé que es verdad porque lo están haciendo. Cuando la gente, por ejemplo, lo de Venezuela, ¿no? Que por cierto, Mañana voy a ya mandar el correo. Tengo un PDF para los inversores. Me lucí, según yo. Vamos a ver. Se los mando. Se los voy a mandar a todos. Y grandes propiedades, por cierto, gracias a todos los que me lo han mandado. Y más interesante, encontré cosas ya hechas que... Gracias. Tengo más de 1,500 correos para que tengan una idea de todo lo que he estado apuntando, poniendo de lado. Ya mañana, hoy voy a acabar. Mañana mando los correos con la presentación, etcétera. Y nos vamos para adelante, damas y caballeros, con eso. Pero, ¿por qué voy a Venezuela? Mucha gente me dice que estoy llegando temprano, que todavía no hay estabilidad, que todavía no hay nada. Mis amigos que hacen esto están entrando. Ellos nunca lo habían hecho antes, ¿ok? No los billonarios que tienen cosas en Venezuela y cosas así. Estoy hablando de la gente, no sé cómo separarlos sin decir nada, no voy a decir nada. Estoy hablando de otras personas que también trabajan con gobiernos en otro tipo de contratos, en otro tipo de forma, y ellos están literalmente yéndose con todo a Venezuela. Y no a comprar bienes raíces, porque ellos están comprando recursos. A mí no me interesa eso. Yo no soy un güey de recursos y la verga. A mí me gustan las cosas sencillas y pendejas. Veo un edificio bonito, compro un edificio bonito. Entiendo cómo funciona, ¿no? Es todo. Por eso voy ahí. Cuando los veo a ellos, tengo que meterme. Es bastante sencillo. Y lo voy a continuar haciendo. Esto es lo que funciona en todos lados. Entonces, se me han pasado algunas, no se me va a pasar esta. Y ahora tampoco la segunda oportunidad que se viene, donde también se están metiendo. Si ya se están metiendo estos gallos a gastarle mensualmente sin esperar nada de dinero por un año, ahí es donde voy yo. Para que tengan esta idea, ¿ok? De por qué lo estamos haciendo. Entonces, si están en México, no se me preocupen. Si están en cualquier otro país latinoamericano, no los van a atacar, tíos. Lo único que van a hacer es van a ir a agarrar a una persona o dos para enseñarle a todo el mundo que pueden. Lo han visto y lo han visto también hasta en Irán. Lo han visto cuando mataron a los güeyes de Hamas, que iban en un coche. Te pueden tirar un torpedo en el coche y solamente matar a un güey cuando hay 5 güeyes sentados en un coche. No se preocupen por absolutamente nada de estas locuras que les están vendiendo. Dejen de ver las noticias, no les funciona de nada. La verdad está muy lejos de lo que les están contando en todos lados, la misma gente de las noticias. Pero bueno, es con eso que los quiero dejar. Los quiero invitar a todos que vengan con nosotros, por cierto, a darse una vuelta a nuestro Discord. La razón por qué es absolutamente gratuito, pero aquí voy a empezar a poner ya todas mis jugaditas buenas de... no estoy compartiendo pantalla. No, hombre, Alejandro, estabas empezando tu viernes perfecto, güey. Qué bueno, qué chingón. Les tengo acá, les había contado que compramos Lucid y ahorita estoy viendo la bolsa, las noticias malas saliendo una tras otra. Me puede decir que esto nos va a llevar un pompazo. Hoy hay mucha volatilidad en el mercado, pero tengo que decirlo. Los voy a poner acá para que lo puedan ver. Aquí compré Lucid, la chingada, les dejé a cuánto entré y cuál es mi plan. Voy a continuar poniendo todas mis compras, la de Coinbase, la de todo eso. No he hecho ninguna. La única cosa que he comprado es Lucid. Voy a ponerle todas mis compras aquí también para que tengan un lugar donde encontrarlo. Además, para todos los traders, tienen todos los updates de Alex y de Farhan. Está viendo Alex la tabla de 4 horas buscando a ver dónde chingados va a pegar esto, dónde va a rebotar, dónde no. Lo mismo con Farhan todo el tiempo para que puedan tener literalmente trades todos los días. Estos son nuestros trades gratuitos y también tenemos trades premium, obviamente los que más chance tienen de ganar más, ¿no? Estos son los gratis y todo el mundo tiene acceso a ellos. Es literalmente gratis. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. También si tienes preguntas, lo que necesites, tenemos Criptolingua acá, que hay mucha gente que se pierde a veces en el lenguaje de cripto. Lo tenemos en inglés, tenemos la traducción en español y tenemos más aquí abajo para que se puedan dar una vuelta. Y ahora, si no entiendes esto, tío, esto cuesta trabajo, cáele a nuestro sitio web. Déjame cambio el lenguaje en putiza para que lo veas, brother. Ve a nuestro sitio web de Trading Academy, que por cierto va a cambiar ahorita. Lo acabo de rehacer el de Salovisa y lo vamos a hacer igual, que es una página web móvil para que lo puedan guardar como si fuera una aplicación y les llegan notificaciones directo al teléfono, putos. Es la mejor forma de hacerlo y así evitar mandar correos, solamente notificaciones. Y también lo puedo hacer en el browser. Lo guardas en tu browser y te manda notificaciones. Pero aquí lo que tenemos es algo divertido. Tenemos 2 cosas. Uno, en Tutos. No les dije putos, les dije en tutos, ¿ok? Que quede claro. Tenemos si quieres aprender a usar un exchange de futuros y no sabes cómo usarlo, ¿no? Que es como donde abrimos un short, un long, tienes esto. Ven y cómo tradear en Bitunix. Este video de 11 minutos, todo esto es gratis, no tiene una pared de pago ni nada. Le picas 11 minutos y te enseña cómo usar un exchange de estos, de principio a fin, cómo mandar dinero, cómo sacarlo, cómo abrir el corto, cómo abrir el long, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo poner el leverage, cómo apalancarte, cómo hacer todo eso. Aquí está, bien explicado. Y además de esto, tenemos en nuestros servicios, tenemos el curso de Zero a Trader. Este curso cuesta $25 o $29, creo que está mal el precio acá, voy a ver. Da igual, no me voy a hacer millonario, más millonario por $5 o $4. La idea de esto es que sea sencillo para ustedes. Aprende a operar de la manera más sencilla y esto es lo que te va a dar el lenguaje de trading. Una vez que aprendas el lenguaje de trading, vas a poder ver estos en vivos que estamos participando en este momento y literalmente con eso 3 veces a la semana, 4 horas. Yo imagino que en una semana, en un par de semanas a un mes, vas a estar en otro nivel. Y de ahí también tenemos clases como la de ayer, que fue una clase buenísima, gracias a todos los que participaron, para poder contestar cualquier pregunta que tengan de algo que no hayan entendido de esto o que estén viendo en nuestras, ¿cómo se llama? Que estén viendo en nuestros en vivos. Entonces, cualquier pregunta lo hacemos ahí. Estos son nuestros servicios, da igual, el que mejor. Y obviamente uno de los clásicos es el curso. Sí, ves, cuesta 29. Le subimos de precio a todo, la neta. El año pasado, no este año. Porque ya no hay inflación. No somos pendejos. Tenemos más servicios y todo, pero acá el curso Zero a Trader, nuestro enfoque es aquellos que nunca han visto una tabla en su puta vida y quieren aprender a mínimo leer las tablas. Con esto definitivamente vas a poder. Y ya de ahí, en todos los exchanges, si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, métete usando, ¿cómo se dice? El simulador, el exchange, para que no tengas que poner dinero ni perder dinero. Así que, all right. Vamos a empezar esto, ya saben, vamos a analizar en inglés y de ahí brincamos al español. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, que es volátil. Good morning, boys. What are we looking today?
Yo.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Muchachos?
Muchachos.
What kind of
I
fucking
made that up.
muchachos is that? Is that a different breed
It's
of
a gay
muchacho?
muchacho.
There's plenty here. There's plenty here. I noticed when I posted a picture of me shirtless. Got a lot of weird comments, I gotta say.
Like, ooh, papi.
It's very, you know what? I'm not even going to repeat them, but very, muy extraño, you would say. Man, what? Oh, so Bitcoin is fine. Oh, dude, he's been playing with that EMA 34 because I'm looking at that chart too. I know exactly what you're looking at, Alex. Let's go. Tell us what you're looking at, please.
Yes. So we are essentially on the cliffside edge, as per the EMAs on the 12-hour. Really, honestly, today you're actually getting a setup potentially brewing on this 12-hour and also the 4-hour. The 4-hour completing the 12-hour. But essentially what we have here is a breakdown, loss of support. You've retested 92.2. You then lost 91.3. That got a retest, expansion to the downside. Here again is the chop Alejandro's mentioning off the EMA 34. This makes sense. You're chopping right here, considering this is kind of the last spot, just per the EMAs. You'll hold the 9. You'll move up. If you lose the 9, you often go to the 21. If you lose the 21, you'll go to the 34. I should have just been using this as the example. Lose the 9, go to the 21. If you lose the 21, you'll go to the 34. Or if you lose the 34, that's kind of it. It enters into a sell trigger. You can quickly see here, once Bitcoin actually loses that EMA 34 in trending markets, what did I just do? Often is a good example of, well, you just get downside continuation. So here we are, we're actually very bearish still. Nothing's really changed. And even on this 12-hour, it's telling a story of a cheeky lower high here. What you're noticing is Bitcoin is, and this is something to note on this move down from the 94K region, now at 90,000, is once you put in a lower low, you've been pretty much aggressively putting in the next lower high. So to me, this looks like the next major lower high. That has implications that this 12-hour EMA 34 is most likely not going to hold. This low here that was formed yesterday is most likely going to get taken out. That's just per trend. Now, I mentioned the 4-hour because, right, the 12 hours closing in 9 hours. going to be very hard to be gauging this if you want to position today. That's why the 4 hour is going to be actually telling the story today. You're just simply waiting in the next 59 minutes to see if you're going to lose this 4 hour EMA 100. You start losing this 4 hour EMA 100, that's your confirmation that the 12 hour is going to close bad. As long as the 4 hour stays under the EMA 100, this is going to give bears more of the more pressure essentially to dump us. Specifically, when you do see that you have now a 4 hour, 4 hour volatility setup brewing, this is telling me that, you know, lower time frame volatility is contracted. We absolutely can see a move. Last 4 hour volatility contraction led to an upside expansion. Here we started to really consolidate. This is in the $88,000 region before moving all the way up to that 94K zone. So a big thing is brewing here. And really, if you just view moving average meme lines now, we do this. Oh gosh, meme lines, that's what we want. This is in a breakdown technically. Now, what we've really done on this 12 hour is just put in a lower high, but also you're just essentially SRing what was massive support now being flipped into resistance. Visually, you can just see this zone here. This is exactly where current market price is. Look at how big of a drop we can make from here. And we talked about this, really, the 80,000s haven't been respected. You've just seen pretty aggressive sell-offs. Once you lose 90K, enter 80s. I mean, look at this, lose 90,000, you aggressively sell off, you reach all the way down to 84K, multi-$1,000 move pullback. Here, no difference, lose 90,000, immediate drop down to 80,500. Or that's going to bother me, 80,600 is accurate. Here, same thing, right? You lose the 90K region. This is when Bitcoin aggressively starts selling off, even losing the 80K. We do get price action in the 70s where that has provided us some bounces. That tells me that, you know, as a bull, you're holding on to hope that this is going to get a big buyback here, and we're going to break out and go up to new highs. We're now in the danger zone on the chart. This is the spot where you've seen every time major moves, even to the upside, right? Look at this. You get back above 80K and you just start aggressively moving up until you reach 90s. 90s is where you start chopping. So what we've seen is, well, little price action in the 80s, but really what you have is 80,000s really gets those big moves up or down, in my opinion. This is important. Specifically, when you are in the danger zone on the chart, you can visually see that. But you're now pressing that 4 hour EMA 100. I personally like EMAs over SMAs. SMAs make more sense on higher time frame, 12 hour and up, in my opinion. So, oh wait, hold on. I think, there we go. I have a few AirPods. Sometimes someone connects an AirPod in their phone and it connects to stream. Hopefully all is good. You guys still can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, my bad. The 4 hour EMA 100, though, is a very important spot. I talked about this setup actually quite a lot on stream because it's one of my favorite lower time frame setups. Look how nice it works, even to the upside, right? This helped me gauge, okay, are we going to get some kind of bounce here? Well, the 4 hour EMA 100 is holding. This is what gave us that bounce to the $91,000 region. Remember, this was our bias into, what was it, Wednesday stream, I believe. Here, when we lost this 4 hour EMA 34, talked about this being the retest position, move down to the 100. If you lose the 100, that's another add zone. Okay, cool. Bitcoin's a little choppy, making lower highs pretty aggressively. But now we're right back to the zone. Bearish price structure is still taking hold. And now you're at the big drop zone. And what do I mean by that? Well, if we go to the 4 hour, which we're on, and on your own chart, you go to put an EMA 100 on. Let's just kind of see what the reactions have been when we're trending down. Because trend is very important, right? You can get chop, and this was chop. This was a chop zone. But even if we want to just mentally note this, you still were getting pretty impressive moves off the 4 hour EMA 100, 2%. Let's see here. It's about a 1.2%, so a little less. 1.9, and then here, 1.2. So, right, even in a chop zone, you're still making pretty nice moves in terms of lower time frame volatility. You're still getting over 1% moves. But when you really lose a 4-hour EMA 100, this can just be the start of a deeper, bigger pullback. You notice here, once Bitcoin lost the 4-hour EMA 100, you're going to mentally note you had chop again. But once you got trend and you started to move down, look at what occurred here. You just instantly got a basically 6% move to the downside. We'll keep going, right? You don't make any kind of major mean reversion bounce in this October dump, October, November, right? It was a great time to be a bull until you actually get these major bounces that took you to the 4-hour EMA 100. That then led to an absolute Glock 3000 short zone, giving bears an easy, with their eyes closed, 24% move to the downside off of a simple 4-hour EMA 100. And then again, same thing. You don't get a major bounce until you test the 4-hour EMA 100. 2 to 3 closures, right? You only got one. This was a trap. Didn't even have to position here. This just opened a bearish setup, bearish deviation, giving you a bias to position at the 4-hour EMA 100. Look how straight to business this one was. So in a day, 12 hours, you make 8%, easy money. So that's what we're looking at today. That's what's brewing today. And even what's nice about this is you even have a 4-hour volatility setup. So this is telling you that volatility is primed here on the lower time frames. This spot really can just get sold off. This is like a gray zone in the chart. I don't have any meme lines here for that reason. Because what I've shown is you just have major efficiencies up or down in this region. You just make big moves up or down. So in 52 minutes, this is opening up a setup. You want to be watching this. Been talking about it on the Discord since yesterday. If you're not positioned on Bitcoin, this is still looking very likely to move down. And why do I say that? We've been gauging the 12-hour, the 4-hour. But when you go to the weekly, it all kind of makes sense, right? Are we going to have really a bias on moving up towards 92,000, 93, 94K anymore? No. That's simply because you've already gotten the weekly EMA 9 retest. It's very easy in this chop zone, holding the EMA 100 on the weekly, to make a case to make a bounce up to the EMA 9. But that's already occurred. We already have a rejection here. You throw on HPDR, and you're also noticing something we all observed here on stream is since October, you really have been making big rejection moves off of the weekly median. It's very interesting to see that. Did I just delete here? Here we go. Right, we can, it's a little crazy. Let me see if I can get this off. There we go. Looks a little cleaner, right? And look at price action in September, right? Remember when we were so back in October and just seemed like, 150K was a guaranteed? All that move did was take you to a weekly median. Notice that in August, you had lost the weekly median. You were consolidating on the weekly median. This gave you that move down, bounce off the EMA 21, leading to a weekly median retest. And then what occurred in October? Major sell-off. This is apparently one of the biggest liquidations to occur in crypto history. Many people got decimated. But the charts, again, were kind of telling you, you should be cautious here. You would have been looking here at price action, weekly median reclaim, tried to get a throwback, even front ran it, boom, expansion, new high. Right here, weekly median loss, and then all of these rejections were off the weekly median, and then that gave you the breakdown. And then even here, middle of October, you got that nice move up from the low 103s. Remember, we were so back. I remember we went to 116. We were again so back. Apparently, Bitcoin was apparently bottomed here, only to us to get a weekly median retest, and then that gave us absolutely terrible price action for bulls. Now, what have we gotten this week? Well, you've just essentially consolidated off a weekly EMA 100. Very logical to expect some kind of bounce here, which it did. Remember, no capitulation unless you lose a weekly EMA 100. So far, that was a good kind of observation. That simply led to a weekly EMA 9 retest, but also a weekly median retest. So it's very hard, right, when you're gauging a 4-hour bearish setup, a 12-hour bearish setup, and not having a bias. This is just going to start breaking down towards 86K, specifically when you do have that next target being 86K or just that weekly EMA 100. This weekly is still very in favor of bears. And you just want to be cautious of that. If you're longing, maybe you get an hourly, 2-hour, 30-minute bullish setup. I promise you people are grabbing at air and taking that. But then you go to the weekly and it sobers you up. It's very hard, you know. How are you going to make a case this going up now? Maybe into next week, maybe. But then you have to really be watching, is this a top candle? Is this just going to fill out? Is this just going to lead to a major weekly candle to the downside? Still could fill out 4% more. So when we know all of this, when we see a 4-hour EMA 100 setup, that to me is opportunity. Still brewing opportunity here. But we're not all the way down to the 83s, 85s. There still is an easy trade here, possibly to 86K. Look at the big drop from here too. We'll see here. You start really taking out the lows, you're going to be in a 4-hour breakdown. Next target 86,000. Just per the meme lines, my ranges, which again have been working out pretty nicely so far. And mind you, actually, this 4-hour setup here had a volatility setup. It did end up breaking you down towards 86K in the exact same region that we currently are at. We'll keep going. Let's look at the daily now. Daily is important because the daily is being a little tricky. It's a little tricky. You're getting these little bounces off the 9, not closing dailies below. So even on the daily, you're still getting potentially another short setup brewing here. Now, two things can occur. You'll either simply lose the 21, get a little rejection tonight, and reject that. You're in a sell, and you need to be watching again the 86K. You have a HBDR daily target down to 88K. Confluence maybe testing 86K by next week, maybe. But you can just easily see on the daily, it's still even giving you an opportunity here. What was still support is potentially getting lost today. We've seen the daily 9 actually be a pretty easy spot on gauging when we're going to break down. Once you lose the daily 9 and you're under all moving averages I look at, often that is when you start breaking down. That is what's potentially brewing today. But brewing, right? The 4-hour will help us gauge how this daily is going to close. Because right now, I promise you, bulls are running with this is the low. This is a retest of the 21. This will get bought up, and we'll start making a move back to 94K. That's the bull idea today. But you can quickly see how aggressive that actually is when you start really dissecting the 4-hour and you start saying, well, yeah, this is still in a downtrend. And even the 12-hour just looks like it's in a lower high posturing. See, and that then diminishes that daily idea, and that's why the trend will always be your friend. Now, you can quickly make an argument if Bitcoin gets back above 92.2, same spot we've been talking about every time. We go up to here, and even here. If we can hold 92.2, that's the spot you'll see expansion. It just hasn't been holding. We just keep deviating it. So that's kind of your bull line in the sand. No longs until 92.2 reclaim. And it reclaims 2 to 3 candle closures. Let's see here. We've got 1, and then we lost it. Okay, so that was one close above. We got 1, we lost it. 1, we lost it. So that was 1, lost 1. So again, not 2. Okay, here's where things shifted, right? We got 1. Okay, got the throwback. We should have expanded here. So now if you're longing now, you're just in a range breakdown. Just like it's like the equivalent of longing here. Just doesn't make sense. You're in a range breakdown. But you can quickly make an argument if Bitcoin does this, reclaims, 2 reclaims, 3 reclaims. Okay, cool. That's a good argument. We can probably move up to that 96K or even close to 95.5. But until then, if you have anyone really telling you that's probable, it's actually not probable. And so far, the flavor has been, let's quickly trap bulls, let's do some deviations, and then let's get downside expansion. Now we can keep going. Oh, look at this, the 5-day is giving a whole other short setup. And this is very interesting, actually. Because really, per the 5-day, I mean, if you, Farns talked about this a lot too, once you reclaim a 5-day 9 or lose it, that ultimately opens up a system where you can long the 5-day 9 or you can short the 5-day 9. Now, this is closing in 1 day, 9 hours. So over the weekend, really, bulls are going to need to start picking this up, getting back above 91.3 minimum. So they start closing this 5-day under 91.3, it's simply going to look like you're going to probably move up, retest the 5-day 9, and then start moving down. You could even make an argument on maybe 92.2. But what have we seen so far really on this move down? What has been the characteristic? Well, let's see. It's we lose a 5-day 9, and then you just simply reject the 5-day 9 and break down. Then you rally up to the 5-day 9, where then that just breaks you down, and then you break down, go to the next level. Okay, let's see. So that was the downside price action here. Let's see here. You lose a 5-day 9, and you just simply stay under it. Then that gives you the next leg down. You rally up, you test the 5-day 9, and that gives you the next leg down. Okay, now to the upside, right? Same thing. Reclaim it, hold it, and then the 5-day 9 becomes the spot. So I don't think it's dumb to be looking at that 91,300 zone as the first spot if you're looking for a short, if the 5-day fulfills the setup. Understand, though, that in the next day, bulls are really going to try to pick this up at 91.3, simply while bears are just going to try to expand as far from 91.3 at this point. If really the 5-day closes at this exact spot, this will start having major implications that the 5-day and the next 5-day candle is going to start breaking this down. But you may get one more opportunity at shorting this zone here. One more opportunity. So notice how every time frame so far that I'm showing, 4-hour, 12-hour, weekly, daily, 5-day, is actually giving us some short setups, actually. Now, I'm not getting no long setups here. It would be different if we got a buyback, stayed above 92.2. Okay, we can start entertaining that. But let's just keep observing. Every time frame I'm showing is actually giving us some pretty probable short setups. Here, the 10-day is no different. We actually identified this the day we were testing the top side 38.2% when we were at 93,900. And I noticed that all this 10-day really gave us, just like the weekly median retest, was a 10-day 38.2% range bearish retest. Notice through this whole move in November, you've been pretty far away from the 38.2%. It shifted down, and you got that underside retest, while also testing the 10-day 9, last spot that majorly rejected you. Now, this has implications that really bears are just simply looking for this to flip red. Similar to what we were saying with the weekly, which did flip red. Next target for me, if we start flipping this candle red, will be 83,200. Now, mentally note, the weekly EMA 100 that's been holding us is at 86K. So you're getting lots of things that are saying, Bitcoin can actually start its breakdown, as fast as next week, honestly, really, once that new 5-day comes. Now, if you don't have the HBDR, but let's say if you moving averages, even this is giving you a very, it's in a sell, right? And this is still giving you a setup that's going to take you down to that 10-day EMI 100, sitting at $77,000. This is very important to note. It seems like we're just saying numbers, but this is telling me that, perhaps this low here, these lows aren't going to hold. A lot of bull hopium is that the low is in. We're going to break out from here. This 10-day is saying, well, no, actually the lows aren't in, and very likely we could come down and take it out. going near $77,000. Now we'll go to the monthly, because that kind of plays into that, right? And so then that's saying, okay, well, maybe the monthly 21 is not going to hold. Next bounce zone may be closer to that $76,000. You would be gauging that already based on this EMA 34 on the monthly, something that has not been tested the entire bull market. Not even close to tested, actually. When we made this move down to 50K, this was at like 40,000, 41,000. Made that move down to like 74K. It was sitting at 60,000, now sitting at 76,000. That's good confluence to be watching for the April lows to get taken out. You start taking out April lows, you're going to really start seeing a lot of people freak out. And that's on stocks too, really. People are convinced the April lows is it. That was the low. So if you start testing near that, you have a setup on the 10-day saying 77,000 still likely. It's still very interesting to see all that, honestly, on Bitcoin. This could still mean that, we still have a lot more downside to go. Now, my favorite view, I'll finish on this, is the biweekly. I mean, this has really been the sobering chart for the last 8 weeks on why we probably should not be longing Bitcoin when we reach $94,000. To me, you're just in a channel here. It's like a bear pennant. You're also in a sell, and you've solidified that this EMA 34 is resistance. It's absurd that people still long 94K when it's already been proven that it's resistance. It's proven resistance at this point. We get back above the EMA 34, you're going to start hearing me shift my bias, and it'll be more bullish. But has really anything changed from what occurred in November up until now, the new year? No. Nothing's actually changed. The only thing that's changed now is we're getting this biweekly volatility expansion to the downside potentially. Now, notice it's only at 16.27%. And on Wednesday's stream, it was Wednesday. Let me double check that. So it was Monday's stream. My apologies. Monday's stream, when we went up to that 94K, we actually observed that volatility was heading down. It actually went down to that 15.8% from 16%. Now it's going back up 16.27% in the midst of a move down. Just little details on why bears are more control here. If they start fully firing this BBWP setup, that could mean at this current point, literally at this point here, because price volatility started to fire off in the low $90,000 region. So we'll give bulls the benefit of the doubt, measured from 92.2. If biweekly BBWP really started to fire off from here, that still is giving us a measured move. We'll go minimum 30%, 64K to around 35%. It's $59,000 at this current point. So you want to be watching very carefully here. This is not looking like a very actionable breakout zone, but more a very probable breakdown zone while we bearish consolidate. Quickly can change. This is crypto, but as long as you're staying under essentially 94K, you're really not going to have any kind of long idea. But you said 92.2. Yeah, you get back above 92.2, confluence of moving up towards that 94K, where then we take it up again and we see, do we get it reclaimed? Do we reject? Does anything change? So let's go back to the 4 hour. Let's see if anything shifted, right? And so even on this, maybe we're bottoming, maybe I need to long. Well, all you're doing is retesting. Sorry, I hate when people call me. Right? Maybe you're feeling FOMO. Maybe you want to long. There we go. All we're doing is testing a 4 hour 9 that just got freshly lost. So, just understand that things aren't really bullish here. So that's my idea on Bitcoin. We can go back to the 12 hour. Understand that the 12-hour 9, very much like the 5-day 9, is a setup. So as long as you're under this 12-hour 9, lower time frames tell me this is still very bearish. You need to be watching any kind of move up to 91.3. There's a short opportunity. And if into the new 5-day close, you stay under 91.3, that's going to be your implication that this is going to start breaking down into next week. Now let's go real fast. Yeah, really. All right, 91.3 confluence, even on the hourly. Your rejections on a lower time frame have been on the hourly EMA 100, now shifted down towards 91.3. So what is Bitcoin possibly doing now? Right, why is it moving up? Let's see. Well, it's just simply retesting levels that were lost. That's all it's doing right now. Just for some perspective here, even the 2-hour is in a bearish retest at this current point. Maybe another 5-hour lower high here. See my point though? Really, even in this green dildo, it's just still more bearish than bullish. 92.2 is the spot. If you want to become a bull, at very minimum, just get back above 92.2 and actually hold it. 3 candle closures on the daily will at least confirm to me 95.5, 96K is more likely. These highs will get taken out, and then we'll look for a rejection towards 95.5, 96K. But until then, you have to be cautious here. This isn't looking very good. And understand, and before this 5-day closes, bulls' hopes, dreams, and prayers are that well, the 5-day EMA 9 doesn't get lost. Very simple. So, that's in 1 day, 9 hours. Let's watch very carefully. Currently, the 5 days now just testing near the 5-day 9 as well. Confluence of 91.3 being, at least on the lower time frames, a spot. Now we can go to tether dominance. Let's just see here what's occurring. Okay. So what do we have here? Let's see. Well, I see a bullish reclaim. We got that. Remember, what was it on Monday? So here, Tuesday, Wednesday, we got the reclaim. So on Monday, we were actually talking about the scenario, which was you just as a bull on tether dominance simply need to see the reclaim. Now you got the reclaim. And then remember, we said things aren't going to go up only. You're most likely going to put some kind of bullish price structure here. So that could mean that perhaps Bitcoin will get a 92.2 retest, maybe. But that still does not mean we're so back, and gives me confluence of maybe that just being the second short zone for us into tonight. 92.2 on Bitcoin could just correlate to a 5.92% retest on tether dominance. Now, mind you, anytime you get a reclaim of that 5.92%, you do get a retest. That retest, well, in this region has been just lifting us up. So here, if you're gauging some kind of retest, you should just be looking at this low formed on Tuesday as just a low that's going to hold. And so any move down to this 5.2% is kind of your short zone on Bitcoin. If you get it at all. Now, currently, you're just testing the close of this move near 6.3%. So if tonight you start losing, let's say 6.3%, most likely we'll see a move down to 5.92%. But that will literally just play into bull's hands here, because we charted this out before it happened. Bullish reclaim, move up, maybe rejection of the 9, move down. There's your higher low, and then you break out. I'll delete this. We'll come back to that on Monday. We'll see. And now we can put the SMA 200 on, right? I like viewing SMA 200 on higher time frame. Now we can put it on, all right, and we can be watching here. Remember, on Monday, we were really talking about this is the spot, and this is still the big spot. Now, 5.929%, a very important spot for tether dominance. You've seen major rejections here down. You've seen massive deviations that have caused us to break down. but you're not getting that now. You're getting bullish consolidation. You're just simply basing off of a weekly SMA 200. Really, the definition of bullish is this right now, literally this perspective. It's exactly what you'd want to see. A level that hasn't been able to hold in confluence with a zone here, or I'll say an SMA that hasn't been able to hold in confluence with a zone that really hasn't been able to hold, with the fast moving average now back above the SMA 200. It's a very good sign here for bulls, actually. This is exactly what you'd want to see in terms of bullish consolidation. And notice here, even on this move down, we were gauging these lows, you didn't even take it out. So now what you have potentially is some kind of price divergence forming here on the weekly, just playing into that idea that, you know, this is still a very bullish. Still very bullish. Now, remember when we were testing the bottom 38.2%, we talked about the median shifting up. To me, I'm just really interpreting this as if you hold this 38.2%, aka the weekly SMA 200, also known as 5.92%, you're just going to get more likely a move up again towards the highs. That's all that means. And with the median now shifted towards this high, that could have implications that if you come all the way up to this weekly median, which, mind you, is about a, let's see, 8% move, that could just constitute a breakout towards our next target being 7.9%. You have weekly HBDRs saying, well, if you reclaim the median, you'll get a move up to 7.5%. Very hard to long Bitcoin here. When you've already gotten the move down, you've already gotten the bounce, and you're just kind of in doji posturing on this weekly, but more things are still bullish than bearish. I mean, yeah, on tether dominance, bearish on Bitcoin than bullish. Because remember, they have an inverse relationship. Yeah, bi-weekly is really close to a breakout too. Right, if that weekly median gets tested around 6.4%, you're already in a bi-weekly breakout. And keep in mind, volatility here is still mature and still firing off. Hasn't broken under the moving average. So this is still doing its thing. Interesting. Now we gauged the 10-day on Bitcoin. Let's gauge it on tether dominance here. Let's really focus on this median. That's at that 6.3% actually that we were talking about. Very interesting to see that. But really what you gather from this is if you hold that median, you'll just start breaking out towards 6.9%, meaning a major move here is brewing potentially. Like 14% on this 10-day. You lose the median, okay, we can, measure that out for bulls. It's about a 15%. So the 10-day is literally giving you a 14% move up or a 15% move down. Now this next 10-day and closing in about 1 day, 9 hours will be very important to see. Do we lose the median or does it hold? So again, confluence that into next week could be a pretty big week for crypto, honestly. Finally, maybe. I feel like we've been saying that, but things are lining up. Things are lining up. Okay, so now we'll just finish on the monthly. And so something that you're not really hearing a lot of people talk about for some reason is the fact that the monthly has trend shifted. This is very significant to me. You have not seen a monthly trend shift this entire bull market, essentially giving you confluence that this is perhaps a bear market. You also notice that really bear markets occur once you're back above this blue line, 5.93%. and right, not wicking above it, but like holding it, reclaiming it, and moving off of it. Here's 2022, 2023, and then 2024. When you lost it, right? 2024, boom. But the monthly still looks very good, very, very good. And really, I mean, if you close this candle red here, you're just still looking for a higher low on the monthly. This is potentially just a massive SR flip on the macro. You're getting one reclaim, two, and now you're holding it again. Ideally, right, as long as you're holding above 5.92%, accurately it's 5.929%. This is just SRing a massive macro level. So you just want to be aware of that. It's not that I'm a perma bear and all I ever think about is shorting. I only dream about. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it's just more probable now to be shorting. That's all that means. That's it. It's just more probable to be shorting. And really, so far since October, it has been more probable to short. It's been working out well. What occurred in October to really tell us maybe things are shifting? Well, that was simply a monthly EMA9 reclaim. You would have quickly seen for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, it was holding us down for 5 months, almost half a year. You would have seen here on that one reclaim, you got expansion up towards that 6.2%. So the charts have been actually, very like telling a story here. It's not like you have to pray to the full moon and rub your crystals. You just have to look at the chart. And what is it saying? Well, it's saying this is still a massive level, bullish consolidation. This is still giving you a major upside continuation move towards 7.8%. You're just simply finding resistance where you found it before. Here at that 6.5%, no surprise, really. Talked about that being resistance. And mind you, once you reclaim that, this will be the start of the next major leg up. This is essentially resistance that's stopping bulls from entering into a 20% range. So you should expect some kind of resistance here. But what we've seen now is, well, this chop can't last forever. It can't last forever. And you will get a move here soon. And the fact that the weekly 9 on Bitcoin as well has moved up, and you're now testing that, makes this consolidation period prime time, essentially. If you've been watching Bitcoin from November, this is the best time to be watching it currently, because now you've gotten the setups lined up. Now you have the EMAs lined up, and you even have the medians lined up. Where before here, you weren't really, you were just on the SMA 200, big level. But now you have many, many things this week going into next week saying Bitcoin is pretty much lined up. I really wouldn't want to see on tether dominance, simply speaking, this week's low taken out. Same with Bitcoin. I just don't want to see this week's high taken out. And mind you, what occurred in October? Well, you had a higher high. You had a little trend shift. You had this break. Fix that. There, here. Remember when we were here and we were saying, well, as long as we're not taking out this high, Bitcoin should roll over. And that is an accurate thing to be looking for when you reach near a high, right? You're essentially just looking for, what was it? Something like this. The first time around, you have a high, you go near the high, you don't take the high, you move down. But then we, got this kind of price action where, again, same logic. You were looking for this high to hold, not taken out, but you did take it out, right? And then you got this. Now, into October, I mentally noted that because, well, it had taken my short out here. I remember that. But perfectly okay. It's perfectly fine. Because you got the same exact characteristic here, where you essentially took out that high, took out all the stops, formed a new high. That high led to nothing, massive deviation, massive trap, and that is what gave us the next leg down. Why am I talking about that? Well, little tiny things in this consolidation are at least looking like that to me. You ever so slightly take the high out, we just now need to start seeing this weekly reject hard. That'll at least give me confidence that, yeah, this weekly high should not get taken out. That then gives us an easy area to gauge maybe some risk. And if that 91.3 gets lost, that 5-day 9 gets lost into next week, now we have an easy spot to be gauging maybe a stop loss. So then that means that when you get these little moves up on Bitcoin, 91.3, 92.2, most likely is a good spot to be gauging a short. Let's go back to the 4-hour, and then I'll go to Bitcoin dominance, and then I'll be done. Right, and the 4-hour doesn't look like anything's changed here. Still 18 minutes left to go, already selling off. You're now just watching to see if 91.3 gets reclaimed. Let's go to the 2-hour. Look at that. Who would have guessed? 92.2 is a big spot. Couldn't even reach that. Now back towards 91.3. No changes here still. It's just giving shorts opportunities, in my opinion. Okay, 5-hour trend shift maybe, but still, have to look at that as predatory when we know that the 12-hour potentially just put in the next major lower high still. Right, you're gauging this, boom, down, lower high formed. And honestly, you just tested the 12-hour EMA 100. That's funny. Look at that, actually. So didn't reach it, didn't reach it, didn't reach it. Oh, we're so back. Now you just tested it. And now you're right back under 91.3. Essentially, nothing's changed. That's interesting to see, actually. 92.2 confluence, it's just 12-hour bearish retest. So, all right, do I care if the 2-hour, 3-hour trend shifted on that little move up? I have to look at that as predatory because everything on the higher time frame is still looking pretty bearish. Right, the trap is occurring, right? You're getting that bounce off the 21. This low looks like it's going to hold. It will not take much for bulls to start rejecting on a 91.3 loss. Right, area of interest on the hourlies, the EMA 100. Just note that big moves down have occurred as long as you stay under it. So if in this hourly you start reclaiming 91.3, holding above the hourly EMA 100, is that a so back? Is that a worse so back metric? No, it's maybe we're going to actually test 92.2 and then reject. So the reason I'm mentioning this again is because I just don't want people to FOMO long here on a little move up that just simply was a 12-hour bearish retest. I'm not really seeing anything more than that. So we'll go to Bitcoin dominance here. We'll see. We'll go to the weekly. The weekly's been really nice, honestly. And has anything really changed on this weekly? Let's see what we were looking at. Let's see here. Don't know what I was looking at, honestly. But no, nothing's changed on the weekly. All you've done now is simply rallied up and you put in a weekly bearish retest. What do I mean by that? Well, you were holding the weekly 9. You lost the weekly 9. You've rallied up. You actually didn't even test the weekly 9. You were rejecting off the weekly median. So that's an interesting point. Meaning, if this even goes up a little more, that's your spot to reject. This is just the pre-dump, in my opinion. Because look at this. The median on the weekly has been the spot. You rally up, can't get reclaimed, dump. You rally up, can't get reclaimed, dump. Rally up, can't get reclaimed, dump. You've rallied up. Will it get reclaimed? That's your, maybe shift here. That'll be the first spot where maybe things have changed. Because mind you, nothing's changed the last few weeks. Every time I look at Bitcoin dominance, nothing's changed. It's kind of like the key word here every stream. Nothing's changed. It's actually funny. So really, nothing's changed. This just looks like it's rejecting a weekly 9 or front running it. Next target is still the 58.2%, where that's the last spot for bulls. That's the only spot they can make a bull case. They need to get a bounce. That bounce needs to take you back above 60%. Something like this. And then bounces up. We're so back. Reclaims. Holds above the EMA 34. Weekly buy trigger. Makes a move to 62%. That's the hopium. And then boom, you're getting some like bullish price structure here. God, I can't draw. As long as you're not taking out this low here. Yeah, this low. but that's not a very good thing to run with, honestly. And I'll explain why. This weekly is in a downtrend. This looks like the next major lower high. You have a massive weekly volatility set up, and the really fear is if this starts firing off anywhere here, this isn't going to be like a 1% move. You're going to come down pretty aggressively. Let's just see here what this weaker volatility setup gave us to the downside. I'll take it from this high. No. Yeah, I'll take it from the high. %. And then you ever so slightly reset it here. 10%, or what was I measuring? Boom. Yeah, and then you flipped it in favor of bulls here, and then went up. So we'll just measure 8%. Why not? Because I don't want to do all the other ones, really. It's like 54%. So, you know, the bull hopium that I showed is really just that, just hopium, because, well, if you do end up losing this EMA 100 on the weekly, very similar to Bitcoin, that'll be your big breakdown confirmation, honestly. Now, really, I mean, if you're a bear, you kind of ideally want this volatility setup to fire off now, because if it starts firing off down here or here, it's just going to make the move down greater. But mind you, I mean, the 6 month on Bitcoin dominance looks very questionable to me. Very questionable. And why does it look questionable? Well, you're just potentially either brewing a higher low or a lower high. Very questionable, up or down. Like, what the heck? There. But even if this is going to turn into some kind of higher low, you still would gauge this low not getting taken out. And if you're going to put more price structure, because everything needs price structure, even on a 6 month, then that could mean that, well, still Bitcoin dominance logically could come all the way down to like the 40% region still. If this is a lower high, that means that these lows are the objective, 39% into this bear market. This will be the objective. So, right, questionable. Very hard to be a macro Bitcoin dominance bull with this perspective, in my opinion. These wicks don't really give you a lot of confidence on the 8 month. Kind of looks like, I don't know, like distribution off of a 8 month EMA 21. And then notice this too. It's funny. This 8 month loses to 61.8%. No coincidence. There's a major drop down to 41%. It's kind of a concern. So now you've gotten the yearly 9 populated and you're under it. And even this, gives like a spinning top, evening star vibes here. Meaning, right, still looks more likely, even if you're a major bull, for Bitcoin dominance to get a macro higher low and come down. Again, as long as you're not taking out, like, what is this low here? 38.84%. It's good to go. Still means, though, you can come anywhere here. Anywhere here. I'm like, let's measure that. All my crazy drawings will come on, but just ignore it. Here we go. I guess they don't come on. That's nice. So like 30 to 25%. And then you can get like this and then up. And then that again just plays into the bullish price structure forming here. But still, this is not a good thing if you're like an aggressive lower time frame bull wanting a new all-time high on Bitcoin dominance, a new all-time high on Bitcoin. It actually looks pretty weak here, honestly. So just be very aware of that. Now, I'm very curious to see what this chart looks like now that we have a new monthly. Let me see if I do it right. Yeah, I did. There's the monthly. I just want to see where the monthly median is. No. It was USD versus USD D, right? I always mess this up. US dominant tether. Maybe it's just USDCD, actually. I want to see where the median is on the monthly. Because why am I looking at this? Because I remember, I think it was like 7 months ago. I don't know, 5 months ago. We identified that last bear market really occurred once, I think it was USDC dominance got back above the monthly median. Now, I will always preface, if you're using USDC dominance over tether dominance, doesn't make sense. There's more volume with USD tether dominance, mouthful here. But, right, if we can use both, and I want to just simply see, did we reclaim the monthly median? And let me give you the example why I want to look at this. And hopefully this is the accurate example. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, brilliant, amazing. And actually, this is something we all should pay attention to right now, because if you're wondering if we're in a bull market, well, we're actually, in fact, getting the same exact characteristic that we had before the bear. Now, what do I mean by that? And this is actually very interesting. This makes me bricked up, honestly, because when were we looking at this? Let's see. I think it was in August when we made that move up to the median, and we were wanting to see if it gets reclaimed. Or maybe May. April, May, maybe. Whenever we get up to these monthly medians, I always look, because then I mentally noted it every time we get new monthly closures. I want to just look at that. But this is very interesting because you do see USDC dominance actually got the reclaim of that 2.41%. It's very significant because you've seen, what is the number accurately? Oh, my apologies, 2.31%. The median's at 2.41. It's very interesting because 2.31% is the big spot that you've seen either give us major breakdowns or breakouts. Now we can see here, right? And the only example that we've had, something I wanted, it's actually playing out perfectly. Observe price action in January, February, March, April of 2022. Notice that you got back above that median, and then you continued to hold it. And notice that you were holding the same zone, the meme line, at 2.31%. So you were above the monthly median, and you're holding up 2.31%. That then led us down up from this point 200% essentially to the upside. Yeah, 200%. Curious to see what that move down was. 32% from wick high retest, and then gave you a 200% move up. Why am I getting bricked up? Well, you are back above the monthly median. This isn't the first time. Last month actually opened above it. You've retested the monthly median. Let's just measure how much this has gone down. Gone down about 14%. If it tests 2.31, that's about 16%. But that's not important. The important part is consolidation in this zone is what gave us a major bear market. You are literally doing that right now at the exact same spot and also at the same level in the HBDR. Now notice here, from this point, you were able to make a very aggressive move to the top side, 38.2%, broke out, and then stayed above. Where's the top side, 38.2%? That's at 3.19. No, 3.19. It's about a 31% move to the top side, 38.2%. You're just going to quickly say, oh, well, that's our biweekly volatility setup firing off to the downside. And this is giving you a probable target up to that zone in the same spot, same setup, same everything, really. Actually, what's different now, it's terrible for bulls. Here you actually have volatility, well, in the kind of high zone, actually. You weren't brewing a volatility setup, I'll say that. You were more towards the extreme. Here, you potentially are brewing a volatility setup going into February, but if not, that's fine. You just have the lowest volatility read ever recorded in this chart's history brewing potentially. You had it here. You had it here. But then it did not brew anything. You got it reset. And then here it started to move up and then it reset. Now this is coming back down. So you have some of the lowest volatility read on actually this chart with a massive monthly reclaim holding above that 2.31% level. Can draw more meme lines here. Boom. And then why not here? So I thought that was a good point, honestly, to bring up. Specifically, again, when you just see Bitcoin making these little moves up that absolutely mean nothing, you rather should just be in the mindset that this is short opportunities, Glock 3000 opportunities, rather than a long opportunity. Now, 3 minutes left to go. You're now watching 91.3. Same thing. EMA 100 on the 4-hour will give you a very easy short setup if you end up losing it and getting a retest. But now, right, as I end this analysis, you're noticing this move didn't do much. Nothing's changed. And even the 12-hour EMA 100, which we identified, simply just got the bearish retest. This is very significant because, well, what is last occurrence? When was the last time we got a 12-hour bearish retest? I know we saw it on Wednesday. And this is actually the basis of ETA short brewing here. So I think even if you weren't filled, this did end up filling for you. Yeah, it actually filled for you. So ETA got more shorts filled. And it's simply based on this. Just simply based on this here. You get a 12-hour EMA 100 bearish retest. If you dump off this EMA 100, this can really be the big start of the move down. All right, see that? You can see this. Big rejection. And then even here. And it actually doesn't need to immediately dump. That's always nice if it does. And with the 4-hour volatility setup brewing, absolutely can. But it was so gracious to let you position a lot here. Did the 12-hour EMA 100 get reclaimed? Did people say we were so back? Oh, yeah, they did. I remember these 116 shorts, but nothing changed, and that led to a 3% 12-hour candle. So perspective is key. Bitcoin looks extremely weak. No changes for me. No longs under 92.2. And any move up to 91.3, 92.2 to me is still a short. And now even on this 4-hour, no changes. Nothing's really shifted. I'll go back to the 4-hour. And did volatility even start firing off? No, it did not. Just moving more down. So yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin and crypto. I mean, next week seems very primed, honestly.
Well,
Next week,
I have to say thank you so much, Alex. Once you said, sorry, working out. Once you said, hey, why the fuck are we getting this pump? I looked at my phone, 91,800, sold my longs. I'm out. You made me $4,000 today. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. Thank you. L'chaim. Let's it's all my promised money. Let's get my promised money, Farhan.
This profit was promised to you 3,000 years ago.
Yes, it comes now, no? You owe me now, no? Get out of sir.
Yeah, that was a good analysis, honestly, because we, in real time, were able to just, again, to show why even this move up was literally nothing.
Yeah,
so,
it really was. It really was nothing crazy. I was expecting it to be like a little bit more powerful, take me to 92, 93, nothing. But it's been holding that 34 in the 12 hours. So Farhan, I'll let you do your thing. I'm sorry. I'm going to go fuck myself.
All right. Enjoy fucking yourself.
I always do. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to start with the daily on Bitcoin. So we did get a move down earlier, and we tapped the 21, we tapped the median, and we did get a strong bounce off of that, and we are now back over that daily 9 EMA. We got about 8 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. So we have to see what happens on daily close. Ideally, we want, if you're looking for higher prices, you want to see it close over the median. If it closes below the median, then you're very likely going to get a little bit of a move down to tap that 38.2% at a minimum. And at that point, I do think you are going to probably break down because you're going to be erasing almost the entirety of this pump. And if you look at volatility, we are now coming to extreme lows. More likely, you will break down at that point. But the confirmations can be getting a close below this 38.2% at $88,400. If you look at momentum, it is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contracting, approaching currently at extreme lows, and daily jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral. Ideally, what would happen here if we're going to make a higher low is this jewel comes back around to the edge of the bullish control zone and then flips around here. In the bearish scenario, we would lose the bullish control zone and make our way down towards the bearish control zone. 4 hours also getting a strong bounce from that bottom 38.2%, with momentum still pointing up on the 4 hour. Volatility is now approaching extreme lows, and the 4 hour jewel is still giving you a buy signal. With that bounce over from the bottom 38.2%, we reclaim the median. So if you do see a move down, very likely we will tap that median, which I do think we're going to get with the rejection of this 4 hour 21. Median lines up with the 55 EMA currently around $90,800, $90,900. You will likely get a bounce in this zone, whether we're going to be bullish or bearish, and that bounce might take us up to somewhere around this 38.2%, which would be the target after closing over the median. That level says at about $91,600. In this area, it is very, very possible to get another rejection and then put in a lower high from this high here, and then you would have a target of this bottom 38.2% at a minimum. If you can get a 4 hour close of the 38.2%, then you're likely going to go up towards somewhere around $93,000 to $94,000 to retest these current highs. Is there any? And there's currently hidden bearish divergence present because we did take out all of these previous highs while price is still making a lower high. That will need to close below $89,780 to confirm, and that'll give you a target towards somewhere around $86,000 to $85,000 on confirmation. Two days also closed over got multiple closes over the median. We got 2 back tests of the median, and as of now, we are getting bounces off of it, with momentum freshly flipping to the downside. I believe it's ever so slightly getting below that moving average. Hasn't confirmed just yet. This confirms tomorrow, and that will confirm that momentum flipping to the downside. 2-day does not have hidden bearish divergence like the daily currently does have. And that target from the bounce over the median would be that top 38.2%, which right now is at about $95,000. 5 days also flipped to the upside. 5 day fired off that long setup after closing over the 9 EMA, and as of now, we are still over that 9 EMA ever so slightly. That's sitting at basically exactly where we are right now, with volatility now approaching 0%, and we are forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence now on the 5-day because we have taken out all of these previous highs, and we're close to taking out this high, which was at all-time highs. Once we close below about low 86,730, that will confirm, and that will give us an easy target towards this 200 SMA, which is right now at about $70,000. And if you look at this, the relationship between the silver cross to the downside, we've done this a couple of times, but I'm sure there's some people here who did not watch the other one or the other few times. And if you notice, we got the silver cross right off the start of the bear market, or the real move down in the bear market when price is at about $47,000 off of our lower high. And we got the cross here. We rallied all the way into the cross. We closed over the 55. Not really important. What's more important is coming to the top 38.2% and failing to take out that last major lower high. We rejected that 38.2%, and then we got our free move to the 200 SMA. Here's another example. This is one of the examples where we went directly to the 200 SMA. This is where we got our cross. We got the rally. We failed to take out that last lower cross. Actually, interesting. This one kind of did work out because we didn't take out this major lower high. We took out this one, but this would be the major one because this is the one that led to the dump. So very interesting. And we did reject the top 38.2%, and then we got moved to the 200. But we also did get a second silver cross to the downside here. So I guess this would be counted as one that went directly to the 200, although COVID's kind of a black swan. And we went immediately to that 200 after the cross. Like within one candle, we went to the cross. As of now, a lot more time has passed. Here's another example. This was in the bear market of 2018. We got the rally into we got the rally into that 38.2%. Went over the 55 a little bit, but more important was that 38.2%. Failed to take out that last lower high, and then you got your free move to the 200. Bitcoin is trading at $5,000 back here. Here's another example where it worked out. You got your silver cross, you got your move down, you got your rally into the cross, top 38.2%. This was when Bitcoin was trading at $400, and then you got your move down to the 200. And the only other example where it didn't work out to where you didn't get the rally, that was when Bitcoin was trading at $5, and when the next two candles it went down to that 200 SMA. Whereas if you look at it right now, well, we got to scroll up a lot. From that cross, we have now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 closures, and we're about to get 7 closures. More likely, this is going to be the one where you get that rally into the cross before your free move down into the 200, into the cross, into the top 38.2%, wherever it is, whenever it moves, which is likely to move. So right now, that puts you at a range between around $99,000 to $105,000, but this is very likely going to move somewhere around 102 to 103, and your last major lower high is at that. Your last major lower high is at that 107,460, 460, I believe, 107,461. So about, let's say 107.5. Very unlikely to take out that last lower high, and wherever that 38.2% is, likely where you are going to reject, and then you get your free move to that 200 SMA at that $70,000 area, and that is a move down from even the 55 EMA of almost 30%. And if you do manage to go to that 102 area, it's a move down of same 30-31%. And if you target somewhere around $66,000, which would be our target on the RSI for the bearish divergence, that puts you at about 35% to the downside. Pretty good, not bad. And your stop loss at that 107.4, about 5%. So 7-to-1 odds right there. Pretty good, pretty great. Just watching to see this 5-day close, and you want to maintain closes over that 9 EMA, and that will keep this long strategy active and still upwards, just targeting somewhere around $99,000 to $100,000. Close below this 9 EMA, and then you're going to get your immediate move to that $70,000 zone. Very easy in validation on this one. So look at the weekly. Weekly is now also flipped to the upside. Weekly is, I believe, also forming hidden bearish divergence now, and weekly Joe is still giving you a fresh buy signal with volatility now approaching 0% at 4%. And we are now getting a rejection, still getting a rejection from the weekly median, but we're still over the 5. We want to maintain C closures over that 5 EMA, like the 5-day 9 EMA, and that keeps the upwards or the long still active towards somewhere around $98,000, $99,000. Close below the 5, and then 5, and then you're going to get your move down to about 81,000. And the hidden bearish divergence requires a close below 86,340 to confirm, and that gives you a move down to about 60K on confirmation. 2-week is also freshly flipped up with the volatility going into a contraction phase. 2-week Jewel still playing out that sell signal, and you are getting a rejection from the 2-week 5. Right now, if you do see a move down, it's probably somewhere around 84,000, and at that point, you are likely going to break down. Getting closure over this 5 EMA at around $93,000 is what takes you up to around 99 to 100K. Monthly is still flipped down with multiple drives of bearish divergence, and monthly volatility is still expanding, and you have a fresh monthly sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow, and the light blue has went directly to the dark blue sell, completely skipping over the neutral phase. This is only the second time in history we've had this bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, except now this is happening much higher than it did previously, theoretically making it more powerful than that previous move down. That would give us a minimum target of this 55 EMA, which is right now at about $63,000. Ideally, this will continue to rise with every single close and line up with somewhere around that $66,000 RSI target. And quarterly also flipped to the downside with bearish divergence and volatility expanding, and the quarterly jewel now flashing the God mode signal, and we have lost the buy signal. Every single time in the past, when we've lost the buy signal on the quarterly, it has been the start of the bear market. And if we do see a move up from here, we likely be targeting somewhere around that 103 to possibly 105 area, which is the price that confirmed our bearish divergence, confirmed our bearish engulfing dildo. And if you were to just draw a little bit of a meme line here from the previous quarterly open to the previous quarterly open and the one before that's quarterly close, that puts you right about at $105,000, right in that zone, which is currently where our top 38.2% is. Not saying we're going to go to $105,000, but if you do tap $105,000, this is likely where you're going to top out at. Probably not even going to go a couple of $100 higher than here if you get to this area. And from here, if you do tap this area, you can probably high leverage that too, like maybe a 30x, because your stop loss is at only $2,000 higher, and then you'd be targeting minimum $70,000 from that region. Now we'll look at the RSI. Daily, nothing. We are getting a tap of our top 30, the top of the bearish control zone, the exit of the bearish control zone. You do need to get a close over about 6.16% to get out of the bearish control zone. Otherwise, you're likely going to retest the critical zone, which is currently at 5.5%. 4 hours of fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.159%. And your next target is the neutral zone, which currently sits at 5.97, with volatility now at extreme lows. Very positive to see no divergences on the high time frames. Nothing there. 4 hour currently has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, whereas Tether has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 90,364, and your next target is going to be from here, the neutral zone, but likely you're going to tap the bullish control zone because volatility is sitting at extreme lows. The neutral zone sits at about 92,000, and the bullish control zone sits at just below 94 at 93.9. Nothing. Nothing. 6 days going to still have that active hidden bullish divergence, which we confirmed on that last close. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $87,330. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone, and this is going to be the easy target. And right now that level sits at about $96,150. Lines up with the cross. Mm. 2 week very close to putting in a drive of bullish divergence, although you need a close over about $91,755. And if you can get that, that will confirm your bullish divergence, and they'll give you a target towards somewhere around 102 to 104. And right now 2 week is firing off that volatility setup, but we're going to get to that in the momentum chart. And quarterly now has active bearish divergence, which we confirmed on this last quarterly close. This was pretty massive quarterly candle over here from top to bottom. That is 36%. And that divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,050. Your easy target on the bearish divergence is going to be somewhere between $66,000 and $70,000 for the edge of the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. And volatility is now approaching extreme lows with that bearish divergence. And 6 month is also forming now 3 drives of hidden regular bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below $80,600. And that'll give you a nice target down towards somewhere around $44,000 to $45,000. Daily momentum is now currently freshly flipped down with volatility going into contraction, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $94,300. And you're projected on this next open to still be well within the bullish control zone. So, yeah, if this pivot is going to go down, it's likely going to go down somewhere around this region here at the 60 zone. 4 hour is now freshly flipped back up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain. And 4 hours forming hidden bullish divergence after taking out this previous low, while price is still making a higher low. And this is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $90,300. Look at the 8 hour. I believe this is just closed. 8 hours now freshly flipped up. Also on this last close, we did flip back up, and we will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $90,550. 12 hours also flipped down, although you're very close to reclaiming that 100. Once you close over that 100, probably going to get another retest of 94, and that will flip the 12 hour and the daily back up. 2 days also still flipped up with volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0%. I believe you have now gotten that 2-day close, which does confirm that volatility setup to the upside currently, and we will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $87,900. We find the last 2-day example that fired off. Let's see, fired off a little to the upside here, and the more immediate move was, let's see. This on here, about 8.5%, and then about 15%. Find this one here. We expanded from this candle. This was a move up of about 10%, 8 to 10%. We'll take the more immediate one off of this. %13%. And we'll take one more example. There's one. Confirmed expansion from here, and that is about 11%. Somewhere between 8 and 13% is the number. And we confirmed expansion off of this candle. So we take it from this candle's open and take it 8% up. 8% brings us to about $101,000, and 10% brings us to about 103. 15% brings us to about 107. So this level is very unlikely because this will take out that last lower high, but somewhere between that 101 to 103 area, which is very similar numbers to what we looked at before, and this would hold that 2-day volatility setup active, and it would keep the weekly, the 2-week volatility setup also active, which we're going to get to in a second. And 2-day is going to remain up as long as we're closing over 87,900. 5 days also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $86,200. With that 5-day long setup, with closing over the 9 being active. 6 days also freshly flipped up with that hidden bullish divergence we just confirmed, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $87,200. Or I mean the regular bullish divergence, so hidden bullish divergence, my bad. Weekly is also freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $88,900. 2-week is now firing off that volatility setup, which we did confirm on this last close, which we are currently flipped to the downside. So that volatility setup is confirmed to the downside now, and we are going to remain flipped down as long as we're closing below $102,500. So if this is going to remain to the downside, we're going to see that move up to somewhere around that $100,000 region before this closes. That means within this next 9 days, likely we'll see that move, and then the close below 102 to keep this bearish, and then you get your 2-week move down. And if we were to take it somewhere around 30 to 35% from this zone here, that brings us to around $63,000 to $59,000. Very interesting. And this is going to be active as long as this is flipped down and it has a derp of death. Monthly is now also firing off a volatility setup, getting over the moving average, not quite over the 15% just yet. And monthly is now freshly flipped to the downside with several tries of bearish divergence. And monthly is now losing the critical zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 117,200. Right now, there is possibility, some slight hopium, some possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you do still have a higher low on a monthly closing basis, and you have taken out the previous lows on momentum. But the confirmation for this is you're going to have to close over $117,200, which you're a good amount below as of this moment. And you've also now lost the bullish control zone. So if it was going to be more probable that you were going to confirm that divergence, it would have likely happened within the bullish control zone. Now that we've lost the bullish control zone, every single time we've lost the bullish control zone on the monthly, it's been the start of the bear market. So what's more likely is if we see a move up, is to tap that $100,000 region. It's just going to be a trap, and then your rejection from there is going to likely confirm your monthly volatility setup, and that'll dump you towards somewhere around $60,000 for a little bit of a bounce, and then you're likely going to confirm. At that point, you're going to confirm your 6-month bearish divergence, and that'll take you towards somewhere around $44,000 to $45,000. And quarterly is also now freshly flipped down. Quarterly is losing the critical zone with a bearish divergence. First time you've lost the 5 EMA in the quarterly, and you're losing the critical zone for the first time this entire bull market, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $108,000. So all of your high time frames are now very bearish. The 6-month is forming 3 drives of hidden regular bearish divergence. Quarterly is already confirmed the bearish divergence with momentum flipping down, losing the critical zone. Monthly is now getting volatility expansion with volatility momentum being flipped down, losing the bullish control zone with bearish divergence. And once you get that moment of volatility above 15%, you will get that monthly bearish divergence start playing out, and that'll target somewhere around $60,000 at a minimum for a little bit of a bounce. And then that brings into play your 6-month bearish divergence, which then brings you down to around the 40s. Now, the low time frames, you are getting momentum flipping up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, whereas Tether is putting in bearish divergence on the low time frames, likely giving you a little bit of a bounce towards this region, towards somewhere around 92, 93,000. And if you can get a 4-hour close over that 38.2% at around that $93,000 area, that will take you up to retesting that 5-day silver cross, which every single one of them, barring that COVID one and the one that we were trading at $5, you did get a rally towards that top 38.2% and the 55 EMA, and then you, without taking out that last major lower high, and then from there you got your move down to the 200, which is right now at about $70,000, and then you have an RSI bearish divergence target of somewhere around $66,000 to $70,000, which also lines up with that 200 SMA. And the invalidation for getting that move down is basically taking out that last lower high at 107.5.
107.5 will be the invalidation to go higher.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what basically, yeah, that's what we've had for a while. That's good. What was I gonna say? Costco would be next, and then Tesla. So you boys pick, do whatever you want. And also, you had said something. Oh, let me ask you something, because I just don't understand. How could there be a trap if the price goes up to $100,000 if the market's not manipulated except once a day? How can that be another trap? That sounds impossible.
There's no way. There's no way unless the bankers want to steal your Bitcoins.
But there's no way. They only do it at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. So as long as it doesn't happen at 10 a.m., I'm good, right?
Yeah, if it's 11 a.m., then you're free to love.
Oh, thank God. All right. That's what I was wondering. Imagine living in the world that these people live in. Fucking incredible.
Only the 1 hour after the market opens and the 1 hour before it closes. Do they do the manipulation?
In a more short time, what are you looking at, Alex? I know you're looking at basically the high right now, and that we just did, like the 91,800, 91,900. What about you, Farhan, to go the other way? Like that would be your invalidation and say we could go higher?
To get the short-term move up?
Yeah.
I'd want to see basically take out 92.2 and get a 4-hour close over there. And then from there, I think we're probably going to go to somewhere around 97 to 99.
Same. Okay. Alex, same thing?
Yeah, literally. You start seeing dailies reclaim 92.2 will be a good indication that That if it holds, because we identified it's reclaimed 92.2, but it needs to hold it. If you start seeing 2 to 3 closures above it, that'll be a good sign that we're going to go up to 95.5.
Hang on, this is drawn like absolute garbage. This is what I said yesterday. We were in the range. The range, by the way, to me is right here. If anyone has any FOMO whatsoever, I didn't call you homos. I said if you guys have FOMO, okay? Just making sure you fucking understood that. This is kind of like the range right here of this whole structure. You guys can see like up and down. So I would be waiting to see. We get to 92,700, 93,700. That to me is short because it's done it already. It went up, it went down, it went up, and it's just ranging. So it already went down. Now it's going up. So I'm just going to wait to get the fuck out of this zone. Perhaps right now would be a good idea to try your 20x leverage. Well, my 20x leverage system and see where that takes us out. But I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around 88 and 93, 94. You know what? I'm going to fucking do it. 1 second. Let me see. Oh, no, I don't want to use BTCC because it's going to use my stupid entire account. Great. I'm not logged in Blofin either. Excellent. I am winning, boys. I am like Charlie Sheen. Except
winning.
For me, if you start getting lower time frames, like an hourly above 91.3, holding that hourly EMA 100, that'll be a long up to 92.2. And then we'll watch the reaction there. So that's more longer time frame. It's like a range. Yeah, it's like a range I have. 91.3 takes us to 92.2, reclaim 92.2 takes you to 95.5.
That's what made me sell, to be honest with you.
So it still looks like to me, it's still looking like a short setup here, as long as you're just not getting back over the 12-hour high. That's how you should gauge it, really. And then you get a little liquidity grab, maybe a 92.2, but the 12-hour is still in bearish posturing on the HPDR.
Oh, yeah, under the 100, and it's barely now recovering the 9.
Throw your HPDR on, and then it just plays into this zone. Still seems like a rejection zone to me. On the index, we're basically right under the 38.2%. I guess it's the same thing. No, it's basically the same thing. 38.2% is at 92.2.
Damn.
So it's just still in bearish posturing. The 12-hour, though, you would just simply want to see that EMA 100 keep holding. So if you're shorting now, you're just betting that was it. That was the retest, and we're going to start moving down. 92.2 won't get tested today, at least, maybe tomorrow. Just depends if you start losing the 12-hour 34. That'll be a good indication. If you lose the 34, this is going to start moving down to 86K to me. So it's very tight. All of it's very tight. Usually means a move is coming.
Come on, give it to us, baby. I really feel like if it was going to go higher, it would dump below the 89 right here so that it can make everyone bearish. Because right now we're all like, most people are bullish. I took the trade down here. I missed one entry, honestly, right at 88,969. Because I like to play with those stupid ass numbers, but everything else came in, and I only sold because it is in fact playing the fucking range. It is playing that game that I'm gonna break out. Oh no, I'm gonna break down. Oh no, I'm gonna break out. It just continues to play that stupid game.
Yeah.
Now,
really.
Of course, Blofin locked me out of my account, and now they're saying I need to send them a video explaining why I need to recover it, which is incredible. Let me. I'm not logged into BTCC, so I'm just going to do it on my phone on good old trusty Bitunix.
I'll get your Blofin account situated. That's odd.
1 second. Let me see.
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
No, don't run. You might fall if it's wet.
Hey, knowing me, both of my elbows have scars from falling.
We all do, dude. Come on. If you don't, if anyone doesn't have scars on their elbows, they're fucking rookies at life. All right, here we go. So if you open a long right now, 87 is your liquidation. 95.5 would be your liquidation on a short. 87 or 95. So let me just Draw it right here for you.
So it's like then it break
87.
Okay.
95 is right here.
Interesting.
95.5 is right here above the blue, which would be a perfect liquidity grab.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Or,
exactly what
right? Beautiful. All righty. Thank
right
you. So,
there in that 87 is right. That the weekly has a setup to 86 or the weekly EMA 100, wherever that is on Bitstamp.
oh yeah, it's
So
a little lower.
there's the confluence in that range because that's been holding and that's still the spot. If you lose it on the weekly, oh yeah, that's when really you get confirmation at 69K.
Yeah. Oh wow. Actually, the weekly just shows you perfectly this whole thing. Crazy. Thank you, sir. Costco and Tesla. I don't know if you were around when I said that. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Did Farn pick one?
He didn't say anything out loud.
All right, I'll choose Tesla.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Ahorita en la mañana lo que estamos haciendo esto, les dejé, ¿cuándo fue? Ayer en la clase, no, según yo lo hicimos público, donde estábamos platicando de esta va a ser oportunidad de long. Ese long lo acabo de cerrar en 91,800, 91,700. Lo abrí en 2 diferentes plataformas antes de que me cerraran una cuenta por alguna razón. Ahorita tengo que ver por qué. En fin, ahorita Alex ya me hizo una buena lana en la mañana, pero le quería decir a todos ustedes que hayan estado dentro en ese long, me salí. Ahora, si no se salieron ahorita, no sé si haría lo mismo. Está en una buena postura esto todavía. Lo que quería yo llegar a decirles es esto. Estamos en lo que, una vez más, y perdonen mi memoria en esto, aquí es donde sí mi memoria no es la mejor. No me acuerdo, ayer en la clase estábamos platicando de que estábamos en este rango, en un rango, perdón, y este es el, ¿por qué vergas está haciendo esto? Del lado, supone que el rango debería ser así. Ahí está. Estamos básicamente, no es aquí. Es este. Estamos básicamente casi al lado del rango. Pueden ver que la mitad del rango está en 90,300. Estamos $1,000 arriba. Ahorita haciendo mi invalidación a la baja y mi invalidación a la alza en un 20X, abres un trade, abres un corto. Si abres un corto, te sacaría en 95,500 en esta zona. ¿Ok? Si abres un long, te sacaría en esta zona, en el 87,500, 87,700. Lo que yo voy a hacer, es lo que les voy a decir más bien, para que lo tengan bien grabadito y alguien lo pueda usar algún día en un buen video, ¿no? El güey que viene a los comentarios, te estoy grabando y te voy a hacer un video un día. Ok, seguimos esperando ese gran video. Pero bueno, le estoy dando material a todos ustedes que quieran hacer eso. Les estoy diciendo que lo que voy a hacer es simplemente usar eso. Una vez más, voy a confiarme en mi teoría de apalancamiento y que el mercado no es un mercado libre y que va a intentar eliminar a la mayor cantidad de jugadores. Una vez más, cuando rangueamos, ¿no? Estás en medio. El precio está haciendo esto, porque si ponen esto se van a perder, pero esta es la mitad de los movimientos del precio. Este es el promedio de la mitad de los movimientos de precio. Cuando estás haciendo esto en un rango, lo que yo hago es abro un trade en el rango y digo, ¿dónde me vas a sacar? Si el long me dice que me saca acá, ahí es donde voy a ir. Si el short me dice que me va a sacar acá, bien. O al revés, no sé cuál de los dos sea. Si el precio, estamos en este rango, recuerden, en esta línea de acá. Si el precio primero va para acá, esto, y una vez más, esto funciona en Bitcoin. Esto no funciona en todas las demás acciones. Esto funciona en Bitcoin porque Bitcoin es, por alguna razón, no sé por qué, igual por los usuarios, por la gente que lo tradea o lo que sea, Bitcoin es súper predatorio, pero no es... Bitcoin quiere sacar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible. Y la mayor cantidad de gente posible no aprende ni vergas. Si esta chingadera viene para acá, voy a irme en corto en esta zona. Si esta chingadera hace esto, voy a irme en long en esta zona. Ahorita no quiero tocar la mitad del rango, es lo que quiero decir. Estoy en la mitad ahorita, no voy a moverme, justamente acá. Abriendo esto, es lo que estaba enseñándoles, es más, porque dentro del rango hay un rango, aquí. Y ahora, este rango, estás por encima de, puedes ver las líneas chiquitas, es lo que le estaba enseñando a Alex, perdón. Si pierdes esta línea de acá, muy probablemente vas a ir para abajo. Pero ahora, ¿voy a tomar yo aquí el trade? No, me voy a esperar. Voy a esperarme un extremo. Y más porque hoy es viernes. Hoy es viernes de expiración. No sé cuántos de ustedes sepan. Va a haber muchísima volatilidad. ¿Y qué? Pero Alejandro, ¿qué puede probar que va a haber volatilidad? ¿Qué te parece un cero potente en la de 4 horas ya preparándose? 2 horas, está empujando para arriba, empezando a doblarse. Vamos a ver la de 1 hora. La de 1 hora está empujando ya para arriba. ¿Con qué? Ante una vela verde, atentos. Lo que no quieres ver es que este setup se dé la vuelta en el de 1 hora. Entonces, en el de 1 hora voy a estar checando si eso se da la vuelta. Porque si eso se da la vuelta, entonces va a ir al otro lado. La de 8 horas está, ok, bien. La diaria que me dices, diaria también está dándose la vuelta. Esto fue lo que me hizo salirme. Porque esta expansión de volatilidad fue la subida, ¿no? La bajada fue la corrección. Y ahorita la contracción de volatilidad acá debería en teoría, para mí, debería llevarnos para abajo. Pero, una vez más, voy a rifarme el trade en este momento. No. Me voy a llevar mis $4,000 de esta mañana a casa y me voy a esperar. No, una vez más, paciencia es la que nos separa de todos los demás, cabrones. La gente que no es paciente es la gente que pierde más. Hay FOMO ahorita, no debe de haber para nada. No se te va a ir el trade de la historia, te lo prometo. Todavía. Estamos esperando. Pueden ver, aparte Bitcoin está haciendo la gatada más grande de todas para toda la gente alcista. Una vez más, esto puede hacer esto. Y en teoría, para mí es lo que va a hacer. Va a venir por acá y rechazar. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque sigue teniendo la trampa que les había contado. 80, 83, 83,700, 84,400. Bajo más alto en cada una. Y luego acá, alto, alto más alto, alto más alto, y aunque no lo crean, alto más alto. Que hemos dicho 1,000,000 de veces. Cuando Bitcoin consolida de esta forma, normalmente va para abajo. Cuando consolida al revés, es que va para arriba. Por esto, sí esperaría yo que tenga un putazo para arriba y después caiga. ¿Por qué no me voy a meter en long? Porque va a haber más grande el movimiento a la baja una vez que llegues a un extremo que a la alza ahorita. Es mi opinión. Además de que hay chopeo, por eso me salí en mi trade. Cuando vi que Alex dijo, ¿por qué está pompeando ahorita? Y estoy volteando a ver mi rango, digo, güey, esto está jugando el voy o no voy, voy o no voy. Voy a jugarme a una vez que vaya a lo contrario, que es lo que normalmente me paga lo más rápido y lo mejor. Ahora, no todo el tiempo funciona. Puede que esta chingadera simplemente haga y se vaya para arriba, ¿no? Nadie está diciendo que no sea posible, pero voy a jugar esa opción. Esa es la opción que quiero jugar. Y ahora no estoy diciendo que, para que quede claro, para el güey que está haciendo el video y que llora todos mis videos, no estoy diciendo que esto va a rechazar y nos vamos a cero. Estoy diciendo que esto va a rechazar y nos vamos a $2. No, no es cierto. Estoy diciendo que esto va a rechazar, nos puede traer para acá y después para arriba. ¿Ok? Es lo que estoy diciendo. ¿Por qué? Porque eso seguiría la consolidación alcista. Piensa en esto. Haces esto, le pegas por acá, caes, haces un mínimo en 86, en 86 todo el mundo va a creer que ya valió verga, ¿no? Va a ir para arriba una vez más, vienes a 99, a 100 y ahí ya te puede tirar rico. Porque siempre y cuando esta chingadera continúe consolidando a la alza, me está diciendo que está atrapando a toda la gente que quería atrapar, a toda, no le está faltando nadie a la fiesta. Aquí al buen señor Bitcoin. Y es así como yo dibujaría el canal. Una vez que rompas este canal a la baja, es más, no es cierto. Puede que tengas el último movimiento engañoso aquí, rompes el canal a la baja. Lo que yo quiero ver, una vez más, es que aguante ciertos mínimos, porque está engañando a la gente, está invitándola a entrar en long. Todo esto, hay muchísima gente de verdad que es alcista viendo esta consolidación. Piensa que es como la de abril, pero déjenme les enseño la consolidación de abril, ¿ok? En la diaria, misma temporalidad. Es esta. La consolidación de abril lo voy a poner en el mismo estilo de dibujito pendejo, ¿ok? Es esta. ¿Para dónde está apuntando la bandera? Para abajo. ¿Para dónde está apuntando esta bandera? Para arriba. Eso es algo que me divierte muchísimo y honestamente me gusta mucho ver. Cosas tan sencillas que a la verga, porque todavía no lo hemos aprendido, la gran mayoría lo continúa haciendo. Así que gracias a los que no aprenden ni vergas. Por ahora, estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Empieza a verse mejor la cosa. Nos ha rechazado. Hemos hecho un SFP del 55, pero parece que vamos a continuar tocando la puerta. Siempre y cuando estemos empujando esos 92,200, tenemos más probabilidades de ir para arriba. Rompemos los 90,000 a la baja y vas a probablemente ver esos 87. Este fue tu... Ahorita, si estamos viendo solamente velas, alto, bajo. ¿Qué es lo que sigue después de un bajo? Un alto, sea más bajo que este o más alto, pero es lo que seguiría. Yo estaría al pendiente de ello. Sea aquí, ¿no? Que rechace y nos dé el siguiente bajo acá, por ejemplo, o que haga esto y venga acá y haga un alto más alto, así de putazo, y podría tranquilamente y justamente a los 95,596 es donde eliminaría todo el mundo. ¿Ven cuando ven esos hermosos posts? $1,000 millones han sido liquidados en cryptocurrency. Eso es la comida del día y es lo que estoy buscando yo. Yo quiero ver a quién se va a comer para irme al lado contrario, ¿ok? Vamos a empezar el análisis serio, ¿no? Ya no voy a hacer chistes, güey, deja de hacer mamadas. Ayer platicamos de esto, ¿no? Del extremo en el que estábamos, dónde podíamos venir, qué es lo que estábamos viendo. Para mí, lo que he estado viendo es la de 12 horas. Estamos rangueando entre el promedio del 100, que es bajista, y el promedio del 34, arriba de, que es un poco alcista. Y justamente estamos aquí en medio, lo pueden ver perfectamente. Déjenme quito los demás IMAs para que vean la pinche clase de hijo de puta que es esto. Un segundo. Y es más, les dejo el 9 también. No, lo quito. Ahí está. Ahí también les dejé el 5. Ahí está. El promedio del 100, ¿lo pueden ver? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tocamos en la tabla de las 12 horas el promedio del 100? Hace poquito, el 28 de octubre. Venimos, lo retomamos. Esto es más bajista que alcista ahora que lo veo. Porque, para mucha gente que se pregunte por qué, porque no vas a venir a la primera. O sea, ya viniste a la primera acá, lo rompiste a la alza. Esto es un SFP. ¿Qué tiene un SFP? ¿Qué es lo que nos dice un SFP en teoría de patrones? Que normalmente tienes una reversión. Ahora, esto es lo que yo digo. Por eso estoy esperando. Si estoy viendo de cerca y pongo el promedio del 9, está jugando justamente en mi promedio del 9. Lo pueden ver acá. Está jugándome el sí voy, pero no voy. Sí voy, pero no voy. Sí voy, pero no voy. Este es un juego muy culero. Ahorita van a sacar a toda la gente que esté acumulando acá. Así es como sacan a todo el mundo. Vean cómo todas estas velas están en el promedio del que les digo. Y ahora tienes que asumir que todos están trepados en no más de un 20x. Y aunque no lo crean, casi la gran mayoría de degenerados que estamos en el casino estamos más arriba de 20x. ¿Qué me dice eso? Que esto va a querer eliminar todo este chopeo. ¿Y cuándo lo va a hacer? No sé, pero hoy es un buen día para hacer una mamada porque hay demasiadas cosas pasando en el mundo de expiraciones, no sé si dice dividendos, chingada madre, de derivados, etcétera. Entonces voy a estar viendo acá a ver qué movimiento. Ahora, puede que me haya dado ya el movimiento alcista para ir para abajo en esto, ¿ok? Pero es a lo que voy, eso es lo que yo estaría esperando, que esto eventualmente caiga, vaya a los 86, espérame, no sé qué le pasó a mi mouse, vaya a los 86, que adivinen qué hay ahí. Mi rango, la parte de abajo del rango, lo que siempre les digo, voy a tradear en mi hermoso rango. ¿Vienes para acá? Vámonos long. Vámonos a la parte alta del rango, que son simplemente 95, que es casi el extremo que les estoy diciendo, 95,500 es el extremo, que sería un alto un poco más alto que lo demás, para que continuar la ilusión de que es alcista, y ahí puede darse la bajada, y la gente seguiría siendo alcista, porque diría, hizo un máximo más alto, y luego aparte hizo un bajo más alto, y se emocionarían cabrón. Es lo que estamos viendo. Vámonos a ver el índice. Voy a quitar el HPDR en putiza. Ah, no, lo tenía quitado, güey. Vaya, es que hoy, para que vean, hice mucho ejercicio ahorita y creo que el cerebro se me nubló. Bueno, más de lo nublado que ya está, ¿no? Que parece una tormenta en pinche Connecticut. Un segundo. ¿Qué es lo que? Verga, ¿ven? ¿Ven? Estoy buscando el índice de Bitcoin, no estas mamadas. Ahí estamos. Viendo el índice de Bitcoin, podemos encontrarnos por acá. Elimina tus líneas memes, Alejandro. Este es donde, en mi opinión, aquí, ahora, una vez más, yo ya no hago predicciones de hasta dónde va a caer, no me importa cuál va a ser el fondo de Bitcoin, etcétera. Es más fácil saberlo cuando lo estás viendo. Es lo que he aprendido. Cuando todo el mundo se excite de que es alcista, va a ser bajista, y cuando todo el mundo ya diga, ya valió verga, ahí es donde me voy a meter. No me interesa hacer nada más ni predecir nada más. Lo único que a mí me gustaría ver es estos 40 para abajo. A mí me gustaría ver a Bitcoin abajo de 40. Si no, no se vuelve algo interesante, porque a menos de que si llegas aquí a los 42, ¿no? Mucha gente dirá, güey, qué chingón. 40-80 es doble. 40-120 es triple, ¿no? Sí, pero esos no son los retornos que te da Bitcoin. Ahora, hasta cualquier puta acción hace eso. Me gustaría ver 30-20. Una vez más, no estoy diciendo que lo va a hacer, estoy diciendo eso es lo que me gustaría para ver un retorno explosivo en el próximo ciclo. Yo creo que el retorno explosivo el próximo ciclo, ¿saben quién lo dijo? Mi mejor amigo. Mi mejor amigo. Y muchos se van a sacar de pedo. ¿Quién es el mejor amigo de este pinche güey que no le habla a nadie? Un segundo. Ah, espérame. Me metí en mi chat de... Como si de verdad me hubiera mandado un mensaje. Brian Armstrong, vamos a ver, ¿dónde lo pusiste, papi? Ahí les va. ¿Están listos? ¿Lo están viendo? Sí, ahí está. Brian Armstrong, que es el CEO de Coinbase, dice, Financial access matters far more than crypto skeptics who have only lived in the US realize. Dice, el acceso financiero importa mucho más de lo que creen la gente que es escéptica de cripto, que vive en Estados Unidos. 96% de la población del mundo no vive en Estados Unidos. Y hay una demanda enorme por dólares, pero no pueden abrir dólares en su cuenta de banco. ¿Cuántos en México no pueden abrir una cuenta de banco en dólares? ¿No? Con monedas estables, cualquier persona con un celular tiene acceso a dólares, se las podemos mandar donde sea, instantáneamente por menos de un centavo. Damas y caballeros, si todavía no comprenden por qué el dólar le va a romper el culo al planeta en el próximo ciclo y el dólar, ahorita regreso a Bitcoin, literalmente va a venir acá, el cisne negro es el dólar volviéndose así de fuerte. Así de fácil. ¿Esto es una tabla a bajista o alcista? Porque todo el mundo me está diciendo que es bajista. Ahora, atentos. La trimestral está empezando. Y recontra. La trimestral está a punto de tener este setup de volatilidad desde aquí abajo en una vela verde empujando a la alza. Y el dólar, una vez más, este tope que tuvo fue en el 85. Después de la gran inflación y devaluación, hizo esto. Sí, o sea, entendemos lo que estamos diciendo acá. Esto es cuando el dólar se separa del petróleo, digo, del oro, acá. Y esto es cuando el dólar, después de eso, encuentra fondo en el 80 y explota hasta el 85. ¿Vieron lo que dijo Brian Armstrong? Esto no se los dicen en las noticias. Tu Paco favorito no te lo cuenta. Se me hace raro. Se me hace raro. Buenos días a toda la gente en el chat, por supuesto. Bienvenidos. Ramón, gusto verte de vuelta, cabrón. Ya te extrañamos. Pacu, ¿cómo andas? Camilo, Guille, Canito, Remember, ¿cómo andas? Ed, Joaquín, mi estimado Poncho, ¿Quién más anda por acá? Stefano. No voy a poner tu correo, mi estimado. Mario. Toda la banda que anda por acá en el Lead Trading Academy. Un saludote, perros. Ahora les doy a la pregunta del chat. Nada más déjenme acabo este análisis mediocre de Bitcoin que estoy haciendo. Bien, ya les enseñé el dólar. Ya les dije por qué esto va a pasar. Se los he cantado 1000 veces. Brian Armstrong lo repite en voz alta y ni a él le creen. Olvídate de a mí. Ahí es donde ya digo, ok, perfecto. Perfecto. Ahora entiendo por qué no me creen. Si no le crees al güey que lo está haciendo, que lo armó, que hizo su empresa pública de la mano con el gobierno de Estados Unidos, etcétera, pues ¿por qué le vas a creer al pinche indio del tío Salo? Más que entendido. Mensaje ha llegado. Gracias por decirme. Estamos del otro lado. Vámonos al índice de Bitcoin, BTC, Index All Time. Y es por eso que vamos a ver probablemente a Bitcoin ser castigado. En este ciclo donde el dólar se va a poder potente, y esto es lo que les digo y por lo que no me interesa entrar en Bitcoin a menos de que baje un chingo en este ciclo, yo creo que Bitcoin va a cambiar en el ciclo y Ethereum se va a volver la moneda más fuerte y esto va a tener consecuencias y ripples en el mercado de altcoins. Y aquí es donde la liquidez extrema va a volver a caer. ¿Por qué? Una vez más, no sé cuál vaya a ser la excusa. No se las voy a contar ahorita. No tengo ni puta idea, ¿no? La última vez que necesitamos una gran explosión de liquidez, de la nada alguien se comió una sopa de vampiro y le dio diarrea y después enfermó a todo el mundo. Entonces, no sé qué vaya a pasar esta vez. Nunca se me hubiera ocurrido que eso hubiera sido el caso. Lo que sí sé es que va a haber una gran explosión de liquidez. ¿Por qué? La gente piensa que te van a querer meter en las CBDCs y las monedas estables, que por cierto, la gente todavía no entiende que las monedas estables y las CBDCs son lo mismo, que es todavía están ganando los gobiernos. Felicidades a todos ellos. Son unos putos cracks, mis respetos absolutos. En lo que todo el mundo pensamos que tienen que crear algo malo para que nosotros agarremos adopción, no es cierto. El ser humano es el ser más pendejo que tiene cerebro en esta galaxia, lo puedo confirmar. ¿Por qué? Porque el ser humano, damas y caballeros, lo único que quiere es hacerse rico de la noche a la mañana. Si yo hago un negocio que esté basado en uno de los 7 pecados mortales, la gente lo va a comprar como loco, como loco, como loco. Y uno de ellos es, adivinen qué, ¿no? Avaricia. Esta avaricia la estamos viendo reflejada en el mercado de predicciones. El mercado de predicciones es el último chinga tu madre a la población que le están regalando estos güeyes. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque ¿quién tiene acceso a información privilegiada de cuándo van a bajar intereses? ¿Cuándo se va a acabar la conferencia de prensa de la vieja esta gorda? ¿Cuándo se va a acabar? ¿Cuándo van a empezar a atacar Colombia? ¿Cuándo van a empezar a atacar Uganda? ¿Cuál es el siguiente país? ¿Quién es el que tiene toda esa información? Los mismos cabrones que tienen toda la información de la bolsa. Pero ahora lo que yo pienso es que probablemente porque vamos a un mundo tokenizado, lo que están haciendo es sencillamente esconderse, van a salirse de la bolsa y se van a quedar completamente en los mercados de predicciones, porque ellos son los que dicen cuándo va a pasar la cosa. No puede ser más fácil. Ya Nancy Pelosi no tiene que hablar con el pendejo de Nvidia para que le diga a Jensen Huang cuándo chingados van a tener un pump ni nada. Ya no tiene que hacer eso Nancy Pelosi. Ya lo único que tiene que hacer es apostar cuándo ella va a ir a no sé dónde. Le estamos regalando el mundo a estos pendejos y nadie nos damos cuenta por la avaricia. Entonces, por ende, la adopción de cripto va a ser creada a través de otro megaputazo, pero megaputazo de inyección de liquidez para que las altcoins revienten a la alza, los NFTs revienten a la alza, la tokenización del mundo comienza, porque tienen que ver esto. Esto es por lo que me estoy metiendo en ese mercado y tienen que entenderlo. La tokenización de todo en este momento no tiene liquidez para sostenerla. No hay liquidez para sostener la tokenización de NFTs, cabrón. Pero una vez que esto llegue, va a haber liquidez. ¿Se acuerdan lo que pasó en los terrenos de Decentraland? Que todo el mundo compró un terreno de 30 mil millones de dólares en un mundo virtual de los 30 mil mundos virtuales que existe. Eso mismo va a pasar con propiedades. Y voy a chingar a mi puta madre si no. Donde un terreno tokenizado va a valer más que el puto Palacio de Buckingham. Porque ya lo hicimos en un mundo digital pendejo. Entonces, la manera No, no es lo que te dice el Mark Vidal. Y vean esta música temerosa que les pongo, tíos. Se los va a llevar la mierda con las CBDCs. Pero no se preocupen por las monedas estables, esas no tienen nada que ver. Pero preocúpense por las CBDC. Y nos van a hacer y a obligar a ponernos bozales en la boca y nos van a meter CBDCs por el ano. No. Lo que van a hacer es decirte, güey, ¿quieres hacer? Ve cómo toda esta bola de pendejos hizo un chingo de lana. Deberías de hacer lo mismo. Y todos lo van a hacer. Así de fácil es la psicología del ser humano. Y si no lo han aprendido en todos estos años, les voy a robar su dinero sin que tener que robárselo, ¿no? Porque van a estar apostando el lado contrario en la manera incorrecta cada vez, si no tienen eso en mente. No hay necesidad de hacer cosas malas para hacer esto. Entonces, Bitcoin, si llega acá y rebota, para mí Bitcoin está fuera hasta ahorita de mi portafolio para adelante. No me interesa. Una vez más, el beneficio de que es descentralizado y nadie te lo puede quitar, ¿no? Solamente ¿cuánto Bitcoin han confiscado? Le van a quitar su Bitcoin a Maduro, cabrón. Pero entonces dime, ¿cómo no pueden confiscar Bitcoin? Solamente para que yo entienda, o para decirle a Maduro, para que no le roben su Bitcoin. ¿Alguien sabe? ¿Alguien lo tiene anotado en algún lado? Es una pendejada gigantesca lo que todo el mundo piensa. Y una vez más, yo era de los idiotas que pensaba en eso también. Perdón. No he tomado nada de agua. Ok. Ahora hago un chingo de ejercicio y puedo hacerlo sin, bueno, no un chingo, pero hago ejercicio fuerte sin tomar agua toda la hora. O la media hora, 35 minutos que hago ejercicio. Y antes me moría de sed, no sé cuál sea la diferencia, pero la tomo. Bueno, hemos visto que en la trimestral, esto es una tabla alcista. Si estamos viendo simplemente el patrón de las velas, es alcista. Tienes altos, altos más altos, con 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 bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Estás por encima del promedio del 9. Déjenme pongo ya mis promedios para ponerme serio en este pedo. No sé por qué empecé a cantar. Felicidades, Alejandro. Es que uno que ya está viejo, cabrones. Ya todo lo que digo lo canto. Yo tenía un tío que hacía eso y me cagaba los huevos y ahora yo soy él. Así que ahí está mi regalo kármico en este universo que yo mismo creo en mi cabeza. Vale. Este pedo que estamos viendo, estamos por debajo del promedio del 5. Una vez más, la última vez que perdimos el promedio del 5 en la trimestral es cuando nos llevó al mercado bajista del 2022. Tenemos el mismo tipo de setups, tenemos divergencias bajistas. Puedes ver que volatilidad simplemente continúa cayendo al punto más bajo, lo que nos dice que vamos a ver el movimiento más fuerte en toda la historia de Bitcoin, sea para arriba o para abajo, diferente de lo que creas. Esta tabla de volatilidad nos puso adelante de todos y todavía continuamos adelante de todos. ¿Por qué? Nos dimos cuenta que estos fueron fondos legendarios y nos dimos cuenta que una vez que contrae volatilidad, han sido topes legendarios ya marcados y lo vimos en cada una de estas ocasiones y funcionó perfecto en cada una de ellas. Ahora, lo que estamos haciendo es viendo esta tendencia alcista y para la gente que quiera poner un poco más de atención, aquí es donde tienes que entender no nada más estructura, pero también tienes que entender un poco de teoría de vela. Porque la teoría de vela te enseña que esta vela topera, ¿no? Una vela topera como esta, una vez que cierres por debajo de ella, te va a llevar al pito. Pero no cerró nada aquí luego. Puedes ver que fue una trampa en esta vela y esta fue la que te llevó a la chingada. Ahora, esto cuando tienes una vela topera en una tabla de 3 meses es bastante, ¿cómo se dice? Es bastante evidente que por aquí ya topaste y en algún punto la siguiente va a caer. Y es justamente lo que estás viendo en esta vela. Esta vela roja de aquí es una vela envolvente bajista, donde la parte alta y la parte baja absorbe completamente la vela anterior. Esto es una reversión, esto señala una reversión de tendencia si es confirmada. Una vez más, tu confirmación, por ejemplo, en esta vela era aquí. Cualquier cierre por debajo de esto te iba a dar la caída. Y viste, no te lo dio, te lo dio. Y aquí casi ya fue el fondo. 3 meses después, 9 meses después te lo dio. Acá lo que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo de $80,000. Debajo de $80,000 es donde confirmas que esta reversión se dio Y ahora, faltan 3 meses para cerrar esta vela, cabrón. Todo puede pasar en 3 meses, ¿no? Es un chingo de tiempo en Cryptoland. Entonces pongan mucha atención a esto por acá. Porque puede darse la vuelta tranquilo, hacer esto, no, ya nos vamos al cielo y ¡puf! Como en esta. Es lo que está buscando. Entonces, si estás buscando estructura de velas alcista, una vez que ya veo esto, posible reversión, que es la segunda advertencia que tengo, que cerré por debajo del promedio del 5. La última vez que mi vela trimestral cerró por debajo del promedio del 5 fue el mercado bajista del 2022. Y la tercera cosa fue volatilidad apuntando para abajo. Además de esto, tenemos momentum apuntando para abajo con 3 divergencias bajistas y posible divergencia bajista a darse en la de 6 meses. Acá no lo estás viendo todavía. Este gráfico de 6 meses es brutal. Tienes el setup de volatilidad más potente en un gráfico de 6 meses, cabrón. De toda la puta historia de Bitcoin. El ciclo pasado fue el que tuvo esta reventada a la alza y ahora vamos para abajo. Desde entonces, simplemente, desde el principio, simplemente ha estado cayendo Bitcoin. Entonces, vamos a poner muchísima atención a este gráfico. Una vez que pierdas los 88 es el principio, porque aquí una vez que ya perdiste el promedio del 5 ya fue demasiado tarde en la de 6 meses. Pero una vez más, esto va a cerrar en el verano, güey. Así que tranquilos. Bajista la de 6 meses, en cuanto a momentum se refiere a divergencias posibles bajistas, etcétera. Esta tabla es bajista, aunque todavía no lo vea. Para mí esta vela envolvente bajista es la confirmación de ello y el cierre debajo de esto y la volatilidad. Puede todavía darse la vuelta, por supuesto. No estoy diciendo que sea imposible, pero ya el chance de que se dé la vuelta es mucho más bajo de lo que la gran mayoría de gente piensa. Vamos a la mensual, donde tenemos también un setup de volatilidad, pero potente, del punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia. Ya está por encima del promedio. Vamos a poner muchísima atención acá. Pero todavía le quedan básicamente 20 días para jugar. Puedes ver que perdimos nuestro promedio del 9. Ahora, estructura alcista, 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 con altos y bajos más altos, todo más alto. Pero tal cual como acabamos el ciclo del 2021 con la famosa M de McDonald's, ¿no? M de McDonald's, que la segunda M es más alta, así pueden ver, ¿no? Adivinen qué tenemos en este ciclo. No, güey, no es lo mismo, este ciclo es diferente. Esta M de McDonald's significa, no sé, no se me ocurrió nada chistoso rápido, así que no, mal cerebro. Pero por ahora nosotros siempre decimos que si estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual es bajista y caímos en noviembre. Todo diciembre lo hicimos abajo y ahora tenemos que romper. Y ahora, noten esto, la zona de corto que les estoy cantando con eliminación de apalancamiento es acá. El promedio del 9 mensual. Esto te puede dar un movimiento bastante bueno hasta el 21. Esto sería un movimiento chingón, $10,000. ¿Cuánto es en porcentaje? Para que tengan una puta idea de esto. Ahora, no te lo va a dar a la primera. Si un movimiento de 10%, con un 10X haces el doble de tu lana. Si lo juegas bien. 96,800 el promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5. El promedio del 5 ya lo habíamos perdido desde octubre, güey. O sea, llevamos un rato pesados y continuamos apoyándonos en el 21. La última vez que vimos a tocar el 21 fue en el promedio, fue acá y se ve igualito. Aguantó, aguantó, aguantó y en abril dijo a la verga. ¿Ok? Aguantó, aguantó, aguantó y de aquí a abril nos va a decir que a la verga. Y ahora mucha gente va a decir, no mames, de aquí a abril. Sí, es lo que toma este pedo. Todo el mundo cree que pasa de la noche a la mañana. Pero no, damas y caballeros. Esta tabla también es bajista, con volatilidad preparándonos el movimiento más grande en toda la historia de esta tabla también, del punto más bajo. Vamos a ver el HPDR en chinga para ver qué tan cerca estamos de los 180 que fueron correctos hace años. 160 está aquí arriba. 180 está, pues, se quedó cerquita, quedó cerquita, wow. Buenas esas predicciones. Para que vean, el extremo de la subida sería $115,000. Si llegas a tener un rebote choncho, lo máximo que vas a ver, 115 para rechazar en la parte baja de la zona azul mensual, que es lo que esperaríamos en un fin de ciclo, ¿no? A que más se dé. Estamos por abajo, estamos en el 61.8%. Esto va a cambiar como vaya cambiando ¿cómo se dice? como vaya, ahora sí que cuando cierre esta vela en 20 días, pero tenemos que poner atención a que no estamos en extremos, ni para arriba ni para abajo. Estamos en donde normalmente le gusta estar a Bitcoin, en el 61, entre el 61.8% y la parte de en medio, la zona azul. Siempre y cuando estemos ahí, estamos dentro del rango, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, no has llegado a algún movimiento extremo que te diga, güey, aquí hay un trade súper fácil del otro lado. Porque aquí tranquilamente puedes caerte al 78%, que son $60,000. 2 semanas, y aquí es lo que estábamos pelando, este setup de volatilidad, porque empezó acá, lo puedes ver, ¿no? Empezó acá, con esta vela verde, y después se fue de lado. Vamos a poner atención acá, continúa en ese 16.27%, pero también al mismo tiempo ve esto, güey. Esta pinche vela ni la puedes ver. ¿Ya ven? Estando por acá. Ahora, aquí llegamos ya al 78.6%, que es interesante. ¿Cuántas veces tocamos el 78.6% en la de 2 semanas? Vamos a ver. Esta línea verde. ¿Cuál fue la última vez que lo tocamos? Acá. En noviembre del 2022. En el mercado bajista. Esto ya te da una buena idea de qué tan castigado estamos en este pedo. Y ahora, esto se mueve junto con la gráfica. Entonces, esto va a poder bajar más la próxima semana para poder acostumbrarnos, porque cuando rangueas, se ajusta y la zona azul va a aparecer acá. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 34 en la de 2 semanas, que es lo que he estado poniendo bastante atención. Este promedio del 34 acá está en los 93,700. Arriba de 93,800 vas a tener el pompazo estos 96. Ahora, ¿qué más hay en los 96 además de que lo tengas? ¿Qué era, la mensual o la trimestral? No, la mensual. Tienes el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas también. Y arribita el 98, idéntico, ve. La mensual tienes el 5 en el 98 y el 9 en el 96. En la de 2 semanas tienes el 21 en el 98 y el 9 en los 96. Esas van a ser tus zonas interesantes para hacer un cortito rico, rico. Y acá pueden ver el famoso 103 que todo el mundo está esperando, pero, de nuevo, aquí es donde va a ser juguetón Bitcoin y no nos va a dejar hacerla tan fácil. Esos números que todos estamos pensando y viendo no van a funcionar. Ahora, si solamente volteamos a ver teoría de vela, esto ya es bajista, toda esta estructura ya nos la llevamos a la chingada, la de aquí arriba. Lo único que nos mantiene alcista es lo que yo dije que debería de hacer Bitcoin en este momento para poder meter a la mayor cantidad de gente en esos longs, como a Grant Cardone y a toda la gente que no aprende nada, es hacer un alto más, un bajo más alto que el pasado. Y lo hizo. Entonces, con eso, diría mucha gente, güey, es una clara estructura alcista, Alejandro, que estamos hablando, güey, que nos aprendió de trading. Ve esto, brother, y apenas si la tocó. Estaba pasando lo mismo que acá. No es cierto. Bueno, es más, ya veremos. Ya veremos. El 9 por debajo del 21, bajista, una vez más. Ya rompiste toda esta estructura. Tenemos que regresar a abril, hace un año, para decir, ok, ahí es lo único que mantiene alcista, pero estás viendo literalmente vela roja tras vela roja, ranguear, consolidar para arriba. La última consolidación para abajo nos llevó para arriba y esta consolidación para arriba muy probablemente nos lleve a este EMA 100 que tiene también confluencia, con nuestro 88.3% y mi línea meme en los $69,000 para no hacerse las cansadas. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal había tenido este megaputazo de volatilidad que literalmente simplemente fue este movimiento para acá abajo y ahí se dio la vuelta. Esto quiere decir que ahora que está contrayendo debería hacer lo contrario que hizo en la expansión y es lo que está haciendo en el azul. Pueden ver que el promedio del 21 está en esos 98, el 34 está en 99, el 55 está en 96. Una vez más, 21 y 55 son los puntos donde queremos ver. Aunque una vez que cierres por arriba de los 92,893, vas a poder reventar esa zona. Una vez más, 93,800 es la llave del reino, cabrón. De acá nos vamos a la de 5 días porque la de 5 días nos marca el tope en la última vez que vimos un cruce plateado como el que estás viendo acá. Y ese cruce plateado nos lo dio en el último ciclo. Y de ahí el precio vino e hizo esto, topó en la parte alta de la zona azul y se fue a la mierda. La parte alta de la zona azul en este momento, en la de 5 días, está en $105,000. Esto va a cambiar en 1 día y 7 horas. Vamos a mantenernos al tanto. Yo imaginaría que va a venir perfectamente a confluir con mi número. No, pinche mamón. No tengo ni puta idea si lo va a hacer. Es un chiste por si alguien no lo entendió. La última vez que vimos este cruce plateado, una vez más, lo que viste fue subida acá y de ahí para abajo un mega rechazo. Y es lo que estamos esperando una vez más. Déjenme los llevo al ciclo del 2021. Acá lo tienen. Pueden ver que una vez que se dio ese famoso cruce plateado acá a la baja, el precio vino acá a la parte alta de la zona azul y vámonos a comer mierda. Literalmente es el mismo movimiento. Y adivinen cómo consolidó en esta zona antes de bajar. No nada más eso, papi. Toda la consolidación fue alcista. ¿Les gusta? No. No. Y toda... me mama. Me mama. Estamos haciendo lo mismo. Si se fuera a repetir la historia, esta sería la zona donde lo veríamos en esos 105. Vamos a la diaria y a la acción, ¿no? Diaria, podemos ver que estamos literalmente en medio de la zona azul, que es lo que digo. Estamos en medio del rango, damas y caballeros, ni para arriba ni para abajo. Extremo, el EMA 100, adivinen dónde está. $96,000 junto con el 50%. Y adivinen dónde está el 61.8%. $98,000. Con el extremo siendo el SMA 200, la línea morada que ven aquí arriba, en los 99,900, que son básicamente $100,000. El extremo para abajo sería, una vez más, los $85,000. No te llevas ninguno de estos bajos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer acá? Esperar. O venimos para acá para hacerle corto o venimos para acá para hacerle long. Vamos a hacer lo contrario que nos diga la tabla, porque es lo que le gusta hacer a la hija de puta. ¿Qué fue? Esta hermosa consolidación alcista que continúa haciendo bajos más altos, ¿cómo acabó? Cayendo. Se va a repetir esto porque es lo que hace Bitcoin una y otra vez. Vientos, con eso dicho, ¿qué les parece si vamos es más, con el HPDR prendidito, 12 horas, estamos todavía, y es lo que habíamos platicado hace un ratito, por debajo de este promedio del 100. Este promedio del 100, nos falta todavía, esta vela va a cerrar a fin del día con la diaria, y si eres alcista, definitivamente quieres ver cerrar arriba del 91,700 y también de los 92,200, que son esenciales. El problema acá es que ya hiciste un SFP. La cosa es, ¿podría esta línea roja hacer esto y el precio subir y que en verdad el SFP sea esto? Se puede todavía, cabrón. Se puede todavía. Así que si eres alcista, eres primo de David y crees que vas a $3,000 millones, todavía estás a tiempo. No te preocupes. La de 4 horas. Uy, vean nada más. Está intentando romper todos los promedios, la parte alta de la zona azul, y eso está en los $92,000. Una vez arriba de los $92,000, 93, y el extremo 95 en el 88.3%. A la baja, una vez más, $86,000 en ese extremo, que es por lo que voy a estar esperando cualquiera de estos movimientos, en vez de jugarle al verga e intentar ganarle aquí. Lo que a mí me dejó en esta posición fue ver que nunca perdimos este promedio del 100 y el 200 cuando hice mi long. Bien, jaló, vendimos aquí arriba. Ahora esperamos con paciencia a ver cuál va a ser el siguiente movimiento de Bitcoin. ¿Cuál es lo que estaríamos esperando para ponerlo sencillo a todo el mundo? Permítanme cerrar esto para que no les dé nada. Sencillo. De aquí donde estamos, en los 91,200, tienes que romper 92. Wow, eso no parece un 92. ¿Qué les parece si simplemente lo dibujo? 92,200 acá. Y les voy a enseñar el por qué con una línea meme. Pueden ver esto. Acá. Déjenme la hago sólida para que se vea mejor. Les pongo 3 puntos. Puedes ver que una vez que subimos soporte, y es más, me atrevería a ponerla así. ¿Ok? No, un poco más arriba, aquí. Soporte, ¡pum! La rompes, resistencia. Esto es lo que tienes que romper. 92,200. De 92,200, 93,700 va a ser la siguiente zona. De 93,700, el tope acá en los 94,700, 94,800. Y de ahí puedes ir a los 96,200 hasta 98,500. Puedes irte hasta los 100, honestamente. Yo voy a esperar mi extremo. Mis extremos están, una vez más, en la zona de los 80, para arriba. Si el precio va para arriba, en este momento, ¿dónde le voy a hacer corto? Voy a buscarlo en 96. Y esa va a ser mi primera entrada. ¿Dónde va a ser mi primera entrada a la baja? En 87 planos. Tengo que jugar un poco más los extremos. Esa sería mi primera entrada. ¿Voy a dividir este trade en 3 entradas? No, lo voy a hacer en 2. Y una vez más, voy para arriba, voy a hacerle corto. Voy para abajo, voy a hacerle largo. Es la idea de esto. No necesitas meterte en más pedos ahorita. Y ahorita es la zona más riesgosa para meterte en el trade, es justamente en medio de un rango. Estás en medio del rango, tío. Así que si lo están pensando, piénsenlo 2 veces, por favor. Viene el fin de semana, tenemos expiraciones de opciones y de cualquier tipo de derivados que se puedan imaginar. Así que ténganlo en mente, por favor. Solamente eso es lo que les quiero decir. Pueden ver velas toperas, vela de indecisión. Bitcoin está jugando un jueguito bastante pendejo y para nosotros no entrar en el juego pendejo y perder, nos vamos a esperar a esta zona o a esta zona. Si algo no quedó claro, por favor, pregúntenme en el chat. Vamos a ver rápido, voy a leer en putiza. Alejandro, ¿puedes analizar? Tienes que continuar ese corto, tío. Sin ver la tabla, te lo puedo decir. Tesla ya topeó. Esa es mi opinión todavía. Es todo. Buena entrada, Ramón. Felicidades. Te extrañamos a ti. Estábamos justamente en la clase ayer platicando de ti, mi estimado. Todavía no tengo punto de entrada en Coinbase porque no estamos en ninguna parte del ciclo donde tenga sentido. Podríamos analizar Robinhood, ok. Solana, sí, también. Sacar un poco de más sabores de trade. Vale. Ok. Harry, ¿puedo entrar con $10,000 al proyecto de Venezuela? No a la primera fase. Puedes entrar a la primera ola de tokenización del primer terreno. Ahí sí vas a poder, mi estimado Harry. Perdón. La razón porque es demasiado. Necesito a 10 inversores por un 100,000 para poner $100,000 con 10. Y en vez, tengo varios de 100, 200, etcétera, que están. Me interesa más hacerlo lo más fácil y lo más rápido posible. Y ahí poder darles a ustedes la primera entrada en la tokenización y ustedes son los que van a flipar ese token para hacer lana. Esa es la idea. Estoy jugando en demo de Bitcoin y voy ganando una de 4. Paso a tortuga. Eso, chingados, Manny. Pero esa es la idea, ¿no? Empiecen en las cuentas demo y después se meten a lo chingón. Who's next, boys? And which one have you chosen to do?
I think it was Costco for foreign, but I can do Costco or Tesla now.
For me, it's either one. So,
what do you want to do, Alex?
I'll do Tesla.
Look at you. I just had it ready because I knew.
Give me that cost pussy.
Let me get that going.
Is Costco Walmart's higher end cousin?
I think that's Sam's Club.
Sam's Club? No, but Sam's Club is like the dad that doesn't talk to their children. Right? That's what Sam's Club is.
The Costco memberships are 50% cheaper in Mexico, by the way. That's some alpha for you fellas.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah, but they're just very stingy. Like you have to have you need a lot of documentation to get a Costco membership here.
You got to prove you live here.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're stingy. They don't want you to save just a little bit of money getting it in Mexico.
Absolutely not. Fuck you.
Literally.
It's like 1,000 or 1,200 pesos for the executive membership, which I think is cheaper than the regular one in America.
Which one?
The Costco executive membership is like, I think 1,000 or 1,200 pesos for a year here in Mexico.
That's like $50.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper than the basic membership in America.
That's crazy. Well, but it's a different economy, son.
Yeah.
Get it, Alex.
Yeah, so Tesla, I mean, we're really just still gauging this zone. We're in a very important zone for Tesla, I will say. The monthly really shows that. I mean, look at the consolidation around that $436 region. It's really basing off the monthly top side, 38.2%. Now, you wouldn't be expecting this month bulls to really step up and actually get a move up towards that $474 region, meaning the monthly will flip green if you're trying to be bullish. Now, when we last looked at Tesla, we noticed that the weekly 9 had just gotten lost. And so into today's close, you actually want to be gauging where this weekly really does close. You're either going to reclaim the 9 or lose it. Very simply, once you reclaim a 9 after losing it, often leads to upside continuation. For this case, simply getting back above the weekly 9 will give you that move towards $465, which for me was the big line in the sand. If you get back above 465, a really good shot at actually going towards 490 and possibly higher. That's when you possibly start seeing that monthly flip green. But until then, I mean, you're just waiting and watching here. You notice that you're very close to the weekly 9. So it's going to be a battle for bulls and bears. Are we going to get to reclaim, or are we going to continue under the weekly 9? If you stay under the weekly 9 into next week, that will have implications of that move down to 415. 415 is still a major spot for me. That's the last zone really where you saw bulls lose full control and bears started to flex. 415 rejections and just a loss of that support would ultimately really start looking like, to me, that Tesla is going to start making a major move down, possibly towards that 370 region. Let me see here, go back to the monthly, throw the rainbow chart off. Right, and so far you have a reclaim of 436, a throwback. You just need the expansion out of here. It's going to be very crucial for bulls to actually do it sooner rather than later. They don't want it just consolidation right into this region, because there's a chance that you will lose essentially the breakout trigger here on the HBDR monthly. You don't want to fall back under the 38.2%. Just start seeing bulls actually take control. This was nothing more than a monthly throwback. And that's confluence of really the HBDR showing a breakout, and then you're just still above the 38.2%. But still, understand that if you can't get back above the weekly 9 today, it's going to have implications of potentially next week you're going to get that sell-off towards 415. And then that's where essentially my last stand is for bulls. You're really going to need to see them pick up and essentially defend that zone. I just want to go to the bi-weekly, not the monthly. All right, and you can see this area is still a pretty big zone here. You're still above the bi-weekly median, but again, just more reasons on why into next week. Depending on where the weekly closes today, it'll be a really, in my opinion, determine a lot for bulls or bears. You're still above the bi-weekly median. And that does give you a target up to a new high around $512. So again, I don't think it's crazy to be looking for a move out of here, but you need to see it happen sooner rather than later, because this posturing here is looking good for bulls. Can quickly change into this new bi-weekly and weekly candle. Bi-weekly is closing in 7 days, so I interpret that we're really going to be getting a trade here on the weekly, which will bleed into that bi-weekly close most likely. Go to the 5-day now. Still just in the zone though. Not much really has changed. A good way to think of Tesla is above 465 breakout zone, under 415 breakdown zone, really. So you've just been kind of doing this, false breakdown, false breakout, back to the zone. But this kind of price action does give you volatility setups. You're noticing the 5 days contracted and still contracting. And something I should have talked about a little more is even the weekly as well, giving you a nice volatility setup here. So move is coming, Tesla. Really does explain the price action we've had the last few weeks, honestly. Now, let me see here. I think into Monday, or was it? So when was the last 2-day close? Tuesday. we're really gauging to see if, that essentially 2-day EMA 34 was going to hold. I remember this on Monday. We were coming down here. It was pretty much lined up nicely. You did end up losing it 2 days in a sell, but you're potentially getting a reclaim. So again, that just plays into the idea, which is the weekly is closing today. You're really going to want to start seeing that weekly 9 essentially get back reclaimed, essentially, because the 2-day here is pending a sell, but into today it could actually end up getting a reclaim above the $436 region, leading to that move up towards 465. But again, not confirmed yet. And so you're just kind of waiting and watching for the close today. It's exactly what I mentioned on the weekly. It's really the weekly is going to be telling you a lot here. And so far, bulls are trying to get back above, but it is very close. Can see here, daily didn't even get a 465 reclaim. So, if you end up closing above the weekly 9, getting that actual, reclaim specifically on the 2-day as well, as long as you stay above 436, you will be gauging that zone as kind of a bounce zone. Now, for me, you haven't gotten the reclaim yet. So again, that's why today's close is pretty important. This will either confirm your bullish bias or you'll get a major rejection before the day closes. Still 3 hours, 30 minutes left to go. Anything can happen here. But if you do end up sustaining that good weekly close above the 9, you hold $436, you should be looking into next week for a move down and then a spring up towards 465. Or if you get the reclaim, that'll be your trigger to possibly make a new high or test very close to the highs. That's not my words. So with that said, if you're positioning on Tesla, you might as well wait. 3 hours left to go before the weekly closes. And you're now rallied right up against that daily EMA 9 resistance. Telling me again, still 3 hours left to go. This still could reject. If this ends up rejecting and closing under $436 today, that'll be my confirmation that you'll most likely test closer to the daily EMA 100 or 415, where then that's where you essentially need to see bulls pick up here and actually start bouncing you. Because, if they don't, it's just going to lead to a major move down. And even though that failed here, once you lost, you still got a rejection, and it took you down 7%. So this is still a pretty big zone. This ended up not taking you down to the next region. Instead, the daily EMA 100 held as support for making a high. So we just need to be gauging this spot very carefully. If you end up holding 415, getting back above 436, reclaiming the weekly 9, that's the recipe essentially for a new all-time high. Until then, it's just going to be a battle today. Very close to reclaiming it, could easily reject today. And the weekly volatility setup is either going to take us to a new high, in my opinion, or right back down closer to 300, possibly lower. Because understand, if Tesla starts breaking down here, I still stand on what I said. I truly believe this will be a major breakdown. Many people think the April lows are just safe. But what you can see here is even on the weekly, if you start losing this EMA 34, you essentially can get a major drop down to $326. If you lose that, you easily can move down back to $200 region. So, this is a pretty massive zone here on Tesla. Not much has changed, but we just essentially want to watch this weekly close going into next week, because that will have implications on the 2-week. This 2-week closing will have implications on the monthly. Remember, if you're bullish on Tesla, you just essentially need to see this monthly flip green, which means, it needs to bounce about 1.2% and start making its move towards 465. Till then, this is just kind of in a very tight range here. And that's why, for me, I haven't given any academy trades on Tesla recently, just essentially waiting for either a break down or a break up here. So 2 spots. I'll delete this. 465 or 415. Let's see which one breaks. And really, if the weekly loses the 9, that'll be my first big sign of, okay, maybe we're going to get that test of 415. Very well could hold it, though. If it does, maybe we go to 465 in the next week.
Sorry, I was muted. Listen, it's fucking Friday, all right?
I
No, that was great. Thank you, sir. And yeah, Tesla is being a little bitch
being a little
to
bitch.
everyone. You got a silver cross to the downside on the 4-hour. You're also fighting with the EMA 100, the 9. This is going to be a rejection. I think this would be a pretty short.
All while the daily EMA 9 just getting tested. Last spot that rejected you back in the beginning of January. So, it's why you got to keep the momentum until the close, because 3 hours could still reject you at this exact spot, leading to nothing. And if you're front running that weekly 9 reclaim and we're moving up and you're not going to wait for the close, we've seen this before where before the daily close, it could just sell off.
Yeah, this is a very good view on the weekly. Thank you, senor. Very, very clear. We got Robin the Hood now, por favor.
Perfect.
Robin the Hood. Vamos a ver Tesla y lo voy a hacer en putiza para que tengamos la mayor cantidad de... bienvenidos todos que se vengan al chichero. Y ahora tenemos a Denise, al natural. Denise, pista 2. Do you understand that it's a strip club by the sounds?
Of course. That was great.
Okay, good. Listen, it's my job to bring you guys to those places mentally, all right? That's all I can do. Ahora sí, vámonos para adelante con el análisis de Tesla para acabarlo en putiza. A Tesla, después de hacer máximos históricos, ¿qué es lo que le encanta hacer? Vamos a verlo en la mensual para que lo tengamos claro. Máximo histórico, comer pito. Máximo histórico, comer pito. Máximo histórico. Me pregunto si todo va a cambiar. Va a pasar lo mismo. Tienes una vela topera, te está peleando la vela topera mensual, lo puedes ver perfectamente acá. Estás aguantando el promedio del 5 en esta vela pasada, pero ahorita lo estás perdiendo. Ahora, esta es una gráfica mensual. Todavía faltan 21 días y 4 horas para cerrar, pero cualquier cierre por debajo de 423 confirmaría tu vela topera y eso te diría que va a haber una reversión a la baja. Aquí es donde tienes que poner muchísima atención. Además de eso, si los pongo acá en la de 2 semanas, nos está aguantando todavía nuestro promedio del 5, nuestro promedio del 9, que estamos jugando con perderlo. Lo perdimos en el mes pasado, en la sesión pasada. Todavía falta una semana más para cerrar esto, pero si tienes 2 cierres por debajo del promedio del 5, la última vez que tuviste uno, tuviste esta caidota. Acá te lo tiró y te dio una reversa y te llevó a máximos históricos. Esto, para mí, arriba de esto azul es un SFP. Así es como yo lo veo. Tal cual como lo fue esta vela por arriba de la línea dorada, acá, este fue un SFP para darnos la indicación que va a la baja. Acá lo está disfrazando. Y lo está disfrazando chido. Tienes una vela envolvente bajista acá y lo único que necesitas es cerrar por debajo 435. Eso también te haría cerrar por abajo el promedio del 5 y eso muy probablemente te lleve para abajo. Estás efectivamente en lo que parece ser una tendencia alcista, pero tienen que entender, cuando estás en una tendencia alcista que se ve así, todo apunta para dar continuación alcista, ¿no? Se ve, cuando ves el gráfico y dices, güey, esto es lo más alcista que he visto en mi vida. Eso normalmente es el tope. No tiene por qué. Ahora, todo puede pasar. La bolsa no es completamente relacionada de verdad a los fundamentos de una empresa, por más que la gente quiera pensar que sí. Honestamente, por lo que yo digo que es bajista, tiene que ver con eso. Tiene que ver con 2 cosas. Uno, me están vendiendo que ya Tesla por fin va a hacer cosas que siempre ha dicho y estoy esperando a que lo haga y que todo esto, pero que tengan un impacto inmediato en el valor de la empresa. No tiene sentido, que es todo lo que están haciendo con los coches, los robotaxis y la verga. Todavía no tienen eso fuera. ¿Ok? Eso, el sistema funciona muy bien, es el mejor de todos y por eso es mi más grande inversión el próximo año, bueno, este año. Pero me estoy esperando a entrar porque definitivamente va a dar una corrección. ¿Por qué? Porque vamos entrando en un paradigma donde es que me cuesta trabajo no burlarme de la narrativa normal. La gente no tiene dinero para comprar estos coches, ¿ok? Antes, el gobierno de Estados Unidos le regalaba $7,500 a la gente y ahora Tesla tiene que pagar esos $7,500 y además más descuento. Entonces, Tesla no nada más vendió 20 y tantos % menos coches este trimestre, el trimestre pasado. pero también tuvo una reducción de margen impresionante sobre los coches que vendió. Y por alguna razón nadie lo está tomando en cuenta. Con eso dicho, los voy a llevar a la semanal. Semanal está preparando un movimiento bastante voluptuoso como las tetas de Pamela Anderson en los 90, pero por ahora sigue por debajo del 15%, entonces todavía no te lo da. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Cerraste tu vela semanal pasada debajo del promedio del 9. Estoy seguro, puedes ver que el promedio del 9 está en 4.45 acá. Si Tesla va a continuar siendo una absoluta gatada, vas a cerrar más o menos por acá. Para que no tengas ni puta idea de que sigue, recuperó el promedio del 9, probablemente estamos ante esto y no es así. En mi opinión, no es así. Lo más probable es que una vez que vengamos a los 369, lo rompamos, vamos a ir mucho más abajo. Esta va a ser la zona importante para todos los alcistas de Tesla, porque es la zona que debería aguantar oficialmente. Esta fue la zona de breakout. Esta fue la zona de breakout. Y estoy seguro que también fue el ciclo pasado. Zona de breakout a máximo histórico, efectivamente. Así que esta va a ser la zona que, si quieres quedarte alcista y decir, güey, Tesla ya no va a bajar tanto como piensas, Alejandro, puede ser que sea aquí, en los 370. Aquí, ahorita, arriba, lo que está haciendo es distribuyéndole a la gente como lo hizo Oracle. Es lo que están haciendo. Literalmente es, en mi opinión, lo que están haciendo. ¿Quieres volverte alcista en Tesla? Arriba de los 450. Arriba de 450 es tu primer objetivo. Después, arriba de 465. Y después, máximos históricos. Pero el que tengas un gap acá funciona como una trampa. Porque ahora todo el mundo está viendo esto, ves el gap y dices, güey, va a venir a cerrar el gap. Es lo que yo pienso va a pasar. Eso es lo que Alex ve. Eso es lo que todos vemos. Estamos mal si haces un máximo histórico. Es la cosa. Vuelves a hacer ahora sí, un máximo histórico. En la pasada yo todavía estaba pensando que se podía lograr. En esta yo ya no creo que se logre. Aquí es donde si volteo a ver mi gráfico, véanlo así. Y vean estas líneas moradas, ¿no? Que viene del máximo a este casi lo tocó. Y ahora esta morada que viene literalmente en el tope de julio, atraviesa por acá, tal cual pueden ver que fue una toma de liquidez. Esta zona es la importante, la que debería de darnos cierres para que algo cambie. Y no está dándolo. Lo que está haciendo oficialmente es simplemente veiteando a más y más gente a entrar para que en la semanal voltees a ver el gap que hay acá arriba, continúa cayendo, pero no al mismo tiempo quedándose por acá. Hay una gran cantidad de gente comprando acá que se va a quedar atorada y va a ir para abajo. ¿No? Eso es lo que estamos viendo y esperando con Tesla. Para mí, el trade sexy por acá es, ¿qué era? ¿La de 2 semanas o la semanal? La línea azul. El extremo sería por acá en los 4.51 a 4.59. Ese sería el extremo. Ahora, esta vela nos lleva por acá al 4.59. 4.60 es tu corto. Es lo que voy a jugar yo, es más. 4.60. ¿Cuál va a ser mi invalidación para ese corto una vez que cierre el gap en 4.73? En la semanal. Esa va a ser mi invalidación. ¿Ok? 4.60 va a ser mi corto. Voy a dejar tantito para entrar un poco más. Y aquí, arriba de esta vela, lo cierro. Para que lo tengan en mente. El 4.74. Esto continúa en el mismo plan en el que estaba antes. Ahorita los están poniendo a todos alcistas. ¿Me pueden decir por qué el dólar, en lo que toda la bolsa está verde, está apuntando para arriba? Y ahora sí, el dólar ya formó el patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro como debía. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Es todo lo que falta. Y esto te lleva a 104, aquí arriba, si es que juega. Y una vez más, el pelón de Brian Armstrong les está diciendo lo que van a hacer. Así que no se equivoquen. Una vez sigues, el 34 continúa bajando. El 34 fue nuestro último obstáculo en la semanal Es lo único que tenemos que romper para romper madres y venir mínimo al 101. Pero ya que rompes por arriba y cierras por encima del hombro, cabeza a hombro de este nivel de los 100, vas a reventar a los 104 y de ahí se puede dar. Para mí el dólar se va a volver más fuerte a través de este año. Va a encontrar momentum apoyándolo a la alza por ahí de verano. ¿Por qué? Ven que Donald Trump está diciendo que va a bajar las hipotecas, que va a comprar no sé cuántas hipotecas y va a bajar, ¿no? ¿Sí ven eso? Lo que están haciendo es oficialmente empezando a tradear bonos que valen el tope del mercado, el 6 y cacho por ciento de los que llegaron llegaron las hipotecas hasta 8 y medio, ¿no? Un pedo así. Esas son las que van a tradear ellos, se quieren quedar con la deuda que mejor paga. Y ahí es donde una vez que empiezan a perseguir esos dólares, esto explota a la alza, la bolsa se va a la mega mierda y puede pasar antes, puede pasar después. Nada es en tiempo, tenemos que ver cómo están atrapando a la gente. Entonces, voy a poner mucha atención acá con el dólar, en lo que todas las empresas están en súper verde, porque no tiene sentido alguno. Y ahora dime, ¿no? Que también los intereses, no, están rangueando a madre ya. Sí, exactamente. Exactamente. Y la cosa que me llamó la atención del dólar fue esta. Hoy en la mañana había, no, pero esta es la semanal. La semanal, pueden ver, tiene un setup de volatilidad por debajo del 15% después de todo este periodo de volatilidad nula que literalmente viene desde agosto. La de 2 semanas, lo mismo. La mensual, ya tienes volatilidad contrayendo. La de 3 semanas, ya tienes la de 3 meses, tienes volatilidad expandiendo. Estás a nada de expandir acá, en la trimestral. Y en la diaria, en la de harina, ya tienes expansión de volatilidad ante esta subida. Tienes ya tu confirmación, la de hoy. Ahorita vas a 99 acá. Y una vez que rompas esto, te llevas esta línea meme azul, por ahí de los 100, 500, ¡pum!, a reventar al alza. ¿Por qué todo está verde? Lo único que me llama la atención es que están intentando poner malas noticias en la bolsa. Puede ser para el pompazo de hoy, porque no hay nada como verdaderamente loco, pero es lo que estoy viendo. Atentos por ahí, jefes. Atentos. Ahí está Tesla. Tesla es un corto, 460, entrada perfecta, 460. ¿Era 460? Sí, 460 sería la entrada perfecta. En este corto de Tesla y la invalidación, 473, que es donde cierra el gap la semanal, me parece que es acá. Sí, 473.61. En la diaria también lo puedes ver. Aquí está. Ahí lo tienen. Tesla continúa, por más alcista que se vea, haciendo lo que hace antes de bajar. Alrighty, Costco.
Alright.
And that should
Cost.
C-O-S-T, right?
That cost pussy.
Custy. That sounds like a fancy fucking place in St. Bart's. Custy. Boys, you want to go to Custy and drink some champagne? Yeah, and get herpes? Because apparently that's what everyone's going through right now.
Saint what?
St. Bart's?
What is that? I'm too
Fucking
poor.
Place in France that's where Jeff Bezos goes to pretend that he's having a great time instead of the reality.
I'd like to visit St. Bart's, probably better than whatever they're calling Paris these days. Is it Karachi now, I think? Or Islamabad, something like
that. Paris, as Kanye West says. Paris.
Kanye's bucket list was trending on Twitter recently, and it was all very normal until the last thing on the list, which said that he wants to learn to be a pole dancer, or he wants to learn how to pole dance.
He's never done that? I used to be a stripper when I was a kid. No, I'm kidding. I only did it for a few parties for my friends' sisters. I knew how to dance and I was Jack Dice. Come on. And I thought I was going to get girls, but no one wants to see the guy that gets naked in front of them and do something.
You know how to spin on the pole?
Of course. Of course. Why do you think I know the voice of the strip club?
So on the 6-month on Costco, we are approaching that area of resistance and the breakout zone at the top 38.2%. What we're looking for, if you want to see some significantly new all-time highs, is a close over that 38.2%. Last time we had a fresh close over the 38.2% was right over here. We closed ever so slightly over that 38.2%, and this took us all the way up to tapping the 78.6% over multiple times before we ended up getting our local top here. And right now, the 78.6% puts us significantly above price action. Goes to about $1,500 as of this moment. That is, I believe, like a 60% move up from where we are right now. Yeah, 63% to the upside. And the time before there, we got to close over the 38.2%. It's right over here. And this one we went to the 61.8%. But if you notice, they moved up. And from the time that we closed over that 38.2%, that was where the 78.6% was. And same level, that $1,500 area. Every single time we get that close over the 38.2% is where you get your move up to the 78.6. Find another example here. You got to close over your 38.2%, went up to the 78.6, and this is where it likes to top out. Only all the way back here in like the early 1990s is where Costco tapped the 100%. So somewhere around that $1,000 to $1,500 areas we're going to be looking for, or $1,100 to $1,500 area once you get a 6-month close over $930. If we look at the 6-month jewel, also currently it is curved. It is on a neutral signal and it's curved to the downside. So if we can get a close over the 38.2%, this is likely going to curve back around and flip into a buy signal. Quarterly is also getting back over your 5 EMA now with momentum very close to the bearish control zone. Volatility is going into expansion, and the quarterly is still playing out a sell signal on the jewel with the God mode background. We want to see if you want to be bullish on this is first step is a monthly close over the 9 EMA, but ideally you want to see a close over this 38.2% at $985, and then you'll see that breakout towards $1,500. That'll take you towards somewhere around 1,300 first for a little correction, and then up to 1,500. Monthly is now flipping back up on momentum with volatility contracting. You're very close to getting out of the bearish control zone. Getting back over all of our major EMAs. Want to see a monthly close over the 9 at about $923, and that'll take you up towards somewhere around 1,100, and then towards 1,500. 2-week also flipping up on momentum. Volatility is contracting, approaching extreme lows. 2-week jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral, and we are reclaiming the bottom 38.2% at $918. Need to see a close over that area, then we're likely going to tap 1,100. Weekly also flipped up on momentum, exiting the bearish control zone. Volatility is approaching 0%. Weekly jewels also losing the sell signal. And the weekly is now over the median and the 55 EMA. Median's at about 922. We can get a close over there. That takes you up into somewhere around that 1,000 to 1,100 area. 5-day, similar to the weekly, momentum flipping up, volatility contracting, except the 5 days already flipped into a buy signal. And this is completely skipping the neutral phase and going directly into the buy. Interesting to see that. And weekly is now over the median, and it's back testing the median and getting support off of it and expanding off of it. As long as you're closing over $910, likely we'll go into somewhere around 1,000 first, 1,000 to 1,100. 2-day also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone. 2-day jewel is playing out a buy signal. And zoom in on the jewel. We are getting a fresh pink over yellow cross within the bearish control zone. We want to see as a close over this 200 SMA, and then we should see some busting action to like $1,100. Our daily is also flipped up, and with volatility expanding, getting a little extreme. However, somewhere around $950 to $960 is where you're likely going to reject first tap round. Maybe you can see an extension to $1,000, but I would expect some type of pullback from that point there. Maybe down to $950 to back test this 200 SMA, and then the HPDR ranges can step up, and then I expect continuation. 4 hours turning into quite a nice bullish engulfing dildo here. I want to see a close over 926.68, and that was send you up towards $1,000 with momentum and volatility very close to being topped out. So whatever move you see up from here is likely going to be a short-term top. Costco. There's some bearish divergence here from this point to this point, but you've tapped the easy target, which is the 5 EMA. Quarterly's got multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $989. Your next target on that bearish divergence is the neutral zone, the simple moving average, which is currently at about 874. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average already. Nothing there. Nothing there. You made a local bottom, which would target the neutral zone. That's at about 987. Bullish control zone is 1100. So same zone of about 1,000 to 1,100 bucks. And the critical zone is at 1,500. Interesting. All very important levels. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $874, and that will target the bullish control zone at a minimum, which is around $1,000, and the critical zone is at 1,300. And you are now getting volatility expansion from extreme lows with that bullish divergence appearing. And this will confirm in 3 hours. Nothing there. 3 days got confirmed 3 drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $856. Next move is into the bullish control zone, so it's at about $1,000. 2 day also has multiple drives of bullish divergence. This will be confirmed as long as you're closing over $862. Next move is into the bullish control zone, about $1,000. Daily also has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $855. And your next move is into the critical zone, about 960. Nothing. Check momentum. All right, quarterly momentum is freshly pointed up, and it's going to remain pointing up as long as you're bi-yearly, as long as you're closing over $1,014. And you are forming bearish divergence here, which will confirm with momentum flipping to the downside. And if you confirm that bearish divergence, you're going to have a target of somewhere around $769. Nice number. The quarterly is already flipped down with volatility contracting and bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $1,001. Very similar level, similar pivots. Around that $1,000 level seems to be a key. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility now expanding. It's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 966.37, closer to that number. 2 week is now freshly flipped up with volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0%. And we are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $865.50. Weekly is also flipped up with derp of life and volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0%. And it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $874.50. 5 day also flipped up with derp of life, going to be remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 873. Very similar pivots. 2 day also flipped up with the derp of life and very close to getting volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 865.50. Daily is also flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%, but is very close to getting topped out, going along with the idea of that short-term top somewhere around $1,000 to $1,100, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 872. And 4 hours now very close to flipping back up with that fresh silver cross to the upside, and volatility at extremes, and it's going to remain. It's going to flip back up if you can close in 36 minutes over $925. So the high time frames are still extremely bullish on Costco. Every single time it gets a correction down to the 5 EMA, it just busts from there into new all-time highs. And as of right now, we are just getting a move down to the 5 EMA, and we're getting expansion off of that 5 EMA as we've gotten every single time in the past. and now we are forming bullish divergences basically across the board, which are very close to confirming. And on the low time frames, we are getting momentum very close to flipping back up. That will, once we flip the 4 hour back up, take us towards those short term bullish divergence targets of somewhere around $1,000 to $1,100. And once we can get over that $1,000 level, then we should consolidate around there, and then HPDR ranges will step up, and then you should get another move into that high time frame 78.6 on the HPDR, which is right now about $1,500. I'm not saying that's going to happen anytime soon because these are very high time frame charts. So maybe sometime in the next 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years, but that number remains the same, so somewhere around $1,500, assuming you can get weekly closures or ideally a monthly closure over about $1,000.
Salamis would be next. Thank you, senor.
Alrighty.
Much appreciated. We already hit our next target since last time we saw it, and we're missing the next one. Huh. Interesting. Conchacula said. All right, I got this. Thank you, sir. Pueden ver que en Costco ya corrigió nuestro primer nivel. No me acuerdo cuándo hicimos este análisis, pero aquí lo tienen y justamente estamos ahí, literalmente a punto de intentar romper esto. Ahora vean, esta línea meme bajista venía por acá. Vamos a continuarla ahí. Y pueden ver que esto podría ser un SFP como lo fue por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá. Pero ahora tienes varios factores. Estoy en un gráfico diario, por cierto. Ahora, tienes esta expansión de volatilidad en la diaria, en lo que estás viendo a Costco subir. Y está a punto de llegar a extremos, lo que me dice que probablemente el extremo esté por acá. ¿Qué es lo que yo voy a estar buscando para ver si Costco va a ser de verdad un nuevo máximo o va a cambiar, revertir la tendencia? Arriba en 947. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo este máximo acá. Ya me llevó ¿ok? Ya se lo llevó, ya parece, está consolidando para arriba, todo lo correcto. Y una vez más, Costco cuando consolida para arriba, da continuación para abajo, para arriba, para abajo, para arriba, para abajo, para arriba, para abajo, para arriba, para abajo. Es lo que yo esperaría. Obviamente a largo plazo esta madre va a ser un chingo de lana, pero por ahorita podemos ver que está algo castigada. El promedio del 200 va a dictar, nos va a decir todo. Va a ser la primera zona que nos interesa y la segunda, pues les digo, esta vela de acá. Ahora, no, perdón, esta de acá, en los 945 más o menos. Vamos a la trimestral. Vamos a empezar por ahí. Estábamos diciendo que si corrige estilo 2008, vamos a vernos por acá. Está aguantando el promedio del 9 como siempre. Casi nunca pierde el promedio del 9 esta chingadera. Es muy difícil. No lo hemos visto desde el 2008, básicamente. Una vez que veas a Costco debajo de 858, ahí es donde quieres correr. Por ahora, y bastante interesante, es esto. Tenemos esta mini caída. Tienes 1, 2 y este podría ser tu tercer cierre trimestral debajo del promedio del 5. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que esto pasó? Y ojo, esto lleva desde julio, octubre. ¡Wow! Un segundo. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que cerraste 3 por debajo del promedio? 1, 2, 3. Y esta no la va a considerar. Fue el fondo del 2022, la, entre comillas, recesión del 2022, porque no nos dejan decirle así, aunque haya sido. Fue la última vez que vimos 3 cierres por debajo del promedio del 5. Antes de eso, ¿cuándo fue? Es importante. Fue el 2008. La última vez que hemos visto esta tabla perder el promedio del 5, que es la línea verde que está aquí arriba, 1, 2, 3 velas seguidas, fue el 2008. Bueno, no. Primero fue el 2022, acá, 1, 2, 3, a octubre del 2022, este fue el fondo con la guerra con Rusia. Nos vamos para arriba. La guerra nuclear, que ya pasó, todo el mundo la vio. Las mamadas. Y ahora, ¿saben qué? Para mí esto es todavía peor, porque tienes definitivamente una vela topera del libro acá en Costco y luego tienes confirmación aquí abajo. O sea, ya técnicamente tienes la confirmación. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que perdiste el promedio del 9, por ejemplo? La línea azul, para los que no sepan cuál es el promedio del 9. 2008 es la única vez. O sea, el promedio del 5 lo ha perdido 2 veces. En el 2022 y en el 2008. Estamos ante esto. Esto podría decirnos que de aquí a fin de año vamos a tener una corrección, que es lo que yo pienso. Pero simplemente hasta ahorita, honestamente, lo que simplemente podríamos estar haciendo es alto, bajo y luego un alto, ¿no? Es lo que podría decir mucha gente. Pero esto es bastante malo. Yo creo que aquí, yo creo que va a ser tarde para darnos cuenta. El promedio del 5 trimestral va a dictar todo. Porque pierdes el promedio del 5 trimestral y vámonos a comer absolutamente verga. Déjenme ver algo. Seis meses cerraste en la cúspide de cerrar abajo el promedio del 5, pero no lo hiciste. Tu promedio del 5 en esta, tal cual como en el 2022. Algo raro hay acá. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual hemos dicho que para nosotros es más bajista que alcista perder el promedio del 9 mensual. Y, güey, perdimos el promedio del 9 mensual en julio. ¿Cuántas velas son? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Esta sería la séptima vela cerrando por debajo del promedio del 9. Ahora, interesante esto, porque un SFP del promedio del 9 ahorita sería justamente la cosa más brutal que podría pasar, porque eso te daría exactamente la reversión que estamos diciendo que va a ocurrir, que tiene cara que ya está en proceso de, por alguna razón, pues ya tocó el objetivo que habíamos puesto y ahora vamos a ver si esto rechaza o no en la zona que estamos viendo. Pero vean cuántos cierres por debajo del promedio del 9, una vez más, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Este sería el 7, vamos a decir 6. ¿Cuántas veces cerraste bajo el promedio del 9 mensual en el 2022? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Nunca, desde el 2008, habías hecho esto tampoco. Todos estos cierres mensuales a la baja. ¡Wow! Tío. Estamos ante el rebote en este momento en la de 2 semanas. Pueden verlo perfectamente por acá. Y este rebote es lo que nos daría ese primer SFP en esta temporalidad acá que tiene más sentido. Ve la topera instantáneamente, confirmación, vas para abajo haciendo bajos. Ya la de 2 semanas es bajista, porque ya te chingaste todos estos. Y estos fueron los aranceles de Costco. ¿Quién no recuerda los famosos aranceles de Costco? Fueron brutales. Perdón por andar de payaso. Wow. Tuviste 1 o 2 cierres por debajo del promedio del 55 y está trepando. Quiero ver en 2 semanas. Esta vela, ok, la de 2 semanas es mi favorita. Hasta ahorita es la que yo usaría para verlo más a corta temporalidad. Voy a poner esto acá. Mi tradicional línea meme en la volatilidad. Ya habíamos tenido expansión justamente acá. Esa expansión fue roja. Y volatilidad está contrayendo de aquí a acá ante la verde. Eso quiere decir que esto es una corrección más que empuje. ¡Wow! Ok, bien, más fácil. La semanal literalmente fue justo lo mismo. Y acá ante el empujón está dándotela para abajo. Ahora, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en la semanal. Vamos a ver cuándo fue la última vez que vimos un cruce plateado a la baja en la semanal. ¿Qué les parece? Bueno, lo digo acá en el 2022 por 5 minutos. Antes de eso, acá, ¿no? No. Vaya, o sea, claramente es raro. Tu primo, güey, no digas mamadas. No, claramente es raro tener este tipo de cruces plateados a la baja. Déjame ver mi HPDR en putiza. Ándele, áñele. Y aquí tenemos justamente la media es donde estamos. La parte alta de la zona azul está en los 961. Eso nos pondría arriba de la vela que les estoy diciendo que podría ser el cambio de patrón de tendencia. Estamos por abajo, estuvimos 1, 2, 3 velas por debajo del promedio del 100 y ahora estamos recuperando. Es la primera vez que tocas el promedio del 100. Puedes ver la primera vez que tocaste el 55, pompeaste, caíste, ya no lo pudiste superar. Parece ser la tendencia y lo está haciendo poco a poco. Esto tranquilamente te puede rechazar y tirarte, wow. Diaria habías tenido la expansión de volatilidad llegando a extremos ya en el S&P 200 y entrando en zonas de exceso, que una vez más la línea meme coincide también con el 88.3% arribita del promedio del 200. ¡Wow! Yo sí esperaría que esta vela se lleve este máximo. Ok, listo. Listones, bola de cabrones. Ok. En este momento, Costco está en una tendencia bajista en la mensual, la de 2 semanas, la semanal, la diaria. Altas temporalidades continúa siendo alcista. Estando debajo del promedio del 200 para nosotros en la diaria, cualquier cosa está en la mejor oportunidad de compra, pero aquí podríamos corregir aún más, porque lo que estamos viendo es, hasta que no te empiece a llevar el objetivo acá en los 945 para arriba, esto simplemente es un rebote y sobre todo lo valida la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal, donde empezó a expandir y una vez que contrajo, tuviste esta vela verde. Tienes aparte un cruce plateado en la semanal. ¿Qué tan lejos está el de las 2 semanas? Bastante lejos. Pero en la semanal tienes un cruce plateado, en la de 2 semanas tienes el 9 por debajo del 21 y del 34, lo que señala mucha debilidad. Creemos que Costco está corrigiendo, carnales, en este momento con este pompazo. Si estamos en verdad alcistas, primer objetivo a llevarnos 9.45, segundo 9.64. Ya con eso tendrías bastante idea de que definitivamente este fue el fondo, pero me cuesta trabajo ver eso cuando estoy volteando a ver la mensual. Y te digo que en la mensual nunca, desde el 2008, habíamos visto algo así. No sé qué verga signifique, pero pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Costco. Alex, we're ready for Robin the Hood.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's looking, I keep saying Robinhood, this person keeps tweeting it out. Honestly, I haven't looked at it in a few days, but honestly, I'll be real, like a week or two, I haven't looked at it, but wow, it's not looking good. Unsure why anyone's really happy about Robinhood. Looks like it's on the verge, honestly. Series of lower highs on the 5 days looking terrible. This week, you just simply rallied up to the 5-day median, 5-day EMA 21, which was holding as support here. But now, this is the third close under it. Not looking good going into this new 5-day candle. You have an objective down to that EMA 34. Even the HBDR is saying that low 103 region is more likely at this point. And this kind of shows how the market is, honestly. Robinhood, this is bearish consolidation, in my opinion, slowly losing the levels before moving down. And even when you make these moves up, you're just making lower highs. And even last 5-day highs, no different. This seems like the next major lower high, unable to even take out this wick high. So really not looking good going into Robinhood. Let's see if the monthly is maybe looking better. And you can see it's not. You actually are under the monthly median. This is very significant. And again, plays into why are people getting bullish in January on Robinhood. A very easy objective on when to become bullish on this chart. You should be getting back above the median, right? This level has been really holding for, let's just even see, it's been a long time. Let's see. God. Okay, here we go. It opened below it here. May 2023. So it's lost it, and it's been holding it since May of 2023. Going into January, it's just opened below it for the first time in quite a while. Not the best sign, as a bull here. It's not what you want to see. You also notice you lost this range here We were really watching that $123 area. You have lost that, and it's even flipped into resistance going into January. Now, you do have an objective down to the monthly 9. You could make the argument it's front running it, but with everything, especially on the 5-day, it looks very probable to see Robinhood come into that 103 to like 107 sometime in January. Again, we'll go to the 5-day, right? Seems very likely the EMA 34 is going to get hit. 5-day HBDR right here, 38.2%, is showing a target down to 103. And then even that monthly 9 is just brewing the retest. Why I'm mentioning this is just because if you're trying to long Robinhood, it's really not looking likely to go up. But again, you have a pretty easy objective to know when this is bullish. Just reclaim $123.33. That's when the party can start. You saw a very nice move up in October. You just simply want to see that get a reclaim going into February. Until then, it's looking pretty awful, honestly. And if you do take out November's low, you are just going to start brewing a breakdown towards $78. And current market price, it's about a 30% move to the downside. Bi-weekly is in a breakdown. You actually freshly entered into this breakdown on the HBDR into last bi-weekly close. Look at this. You're holding above the 38.2%, the bottom side. And notice really you haven't been testing that region for a long time. Last one was in May 2020. Yeah, 2025 May. And so you got that retest, you got the expected bounce. Seems to me like some liquidity grab here, possible lower high. Got another retest, didn't hold, and now you've opened below it. Again, just why into January, Robinhood's not really looking that strong to me, but rather it's looking quite weak. Monthly median freshly lost in a bi-weekly HBDR breakdown. You even have a target down to that 102 at this current point, just if you're viewing the EMA 9. Right? Losing that EMA 9, which has been holding for a very long time, now gives you that target down to the 21, and that's sitting in that low $100 region. So a lot of things on this chart are really pointing to $100 coming up. And then even here on the weekly, you have that median shifted to 109, and then even that EMA 34 at 107. So you keep seeing that 107 number come up. It seems very likely that's going to be the next target, which surprisingly is still about 6% from here. So that's impressive and definitely tradable. So that's the higher timeframes on Robinhood. We'll go to the lower timeframes now. I was trying to gauge this on the daily first. And actually, let's get the rainbow chart off. There we go. Beautiful. So you are just in a daily silver cross to the downside. All today really did was just retest the silver cross, the EMA 9. You see you freshly have lost the EMA 100. This is a short setup in itself. Really, I mean, you were looking at this move to give you some kind of retest of the EMA 100 before going down to the SMA 200. You didn't get that. You just moved up, hit resistance, but nothing really shifted here in terms in terms of it's bullish or bearish. Bears still keep control here. You got into a buy trigger, but you didn't get 2-3 candle closures above, and you didn't get 123 reclaim. And then once you fell back into this EMA 34 on the daily, that was just your sign that this is weak. So now after losing the EMA 100, you have a clear target down to essentially $99.26. Every day this will move up closer to that $100 region. But still, in this perspective, is it bullish or bearish? Well, it's more bearish. You even have a massive daily volatility setup on the verge of firing off into next week. Now we can do this HBDR, see is it in a breakdown. So it isn't in a breakdown yet, but you can just simply see if you start taking out January 2nd's low, that'll be my sign that this is going to start breaking down towards $100. So, you could argue, is it already put in the retest? Will the EMA 100 make the reconnect, or into next week, will you get another shot at maybe shorting Robinhood around 118? Really not a good chart though. And again, I'm surprised, people are so bullish on this actually. For all I see people tweeting about this, honestly, the chart I'd expect it to look a little better. Looks terrible, actually. And that's not a good, gauge for crypto risk if Robinhood's looking terrible. They often move hand in hand. Anything else I can pull out of this chart? Let's go to the higher time frame. God, okay. So it seems like the quarterly is just almost rallied up to that 61.8%. Now rejecting and falling back under $123. I'll delete this now so we can just see how important $123 is. It's just opening up the range and potential to go all the way back down and test the quarterly 9. Technically, would still be bullish though. If you went and retested the quarterly 9, that would be looked at as potentially an opportunity zone. But that would mean you still have to move down about 31%. So, is this the optimal place to be scaling Robinhood longs and buying Robinhood? No, it's definitely not. And even you're getting quarterly contraction in the midst of potentially this breaking down towards 70s. Same thing, buy monthly 9, it's just been the opportunity zone. But that is at, $89. So now we can just take the close of this, draw another meme line, right? Because understand, you don't have a lot of data on the monthlies. You've just kind of been going up only on Robinhood. This chart actually really looks like something else that comes to mind, just my own opinion. Something like Oklo, right? Where it did end up just aggressively dumping down. We can go back to Robinhood here, right? It just hasn't really aggressively dumped down quite yet, in my opinion, but can really fast. And I would be watching essentially that $92.56 to be the spot. You can view that on the daily, right? And so if you start really losing the daily SMA 200 on Robinhood, it's going to be my first major sign that this is potentially going to start capitulating down towards 75 and maybe lower. But until then, this is very weak. I'll only become bullish on Robinhood if we actually get daily closes back above $123. That's where you've seen the fun really begin on Robinhood. Every time you've gone above, it's led to a nice move up to at least the 130s. But until then, when you're in the midst of losing the daily EMA 100 and rejecting it on a massive daily volatility setup, it really can't just be this easy visually, or it just looks like Robinhood really wants to come down. So just be fully aware of that. Understand the higher time frames are extremely weak, and all you've been doing is putting in lower highs, right? It's just massive bearish consolidation, and really looks like it's on the verge. All I can do now trading something like this is stick to the ranges, and until then, it seems like $100 is more likely. You lose this 21, you'll go down to $86. That's where that bi-monthly 9 comes into play possibly. And then if you start losing this bi-weekly EMA 34, well, that's when things are really going to start being cooked for Robinhood, honestly. Let's just see really fast. Every major macro low has been off that EMA 34. And then all we have is one rejection. Just curious. So that was a 38% rejection. And then even the loss of it led to a 7.8%. So nothing crazy there.
To me, what I'm looking at is that monthly, dude. Like 2 closes below the 5. That's never happened since you literally collapsed.
Let's view the 5, since it looks so weak, honestly. Because I'm using that 123, but I just get more confidence with the 5. This is in a monthly breakdown, in my opinion. This in October showed that this was support. You even got it in November. You've lost it in December. You're rejecting it in January. So just really not the best sign here. And even under the 5, right? Losing this 5 really been above it since April. Just tells me that, yeah, 107 seems very, very likely and possibly lower. This chart can really, you can summarize it though on the monthly. If you start really losing this monthly 9, you're going to get a move down to the 80s. If you start losing this EMA 21, well, then at that point, let me just see before I say that. Yeah, at that point, you're losing the biweekly EMA 34. And then really, it can go super low. You can go all the way down to 59, 47. And that's just better shown on the monthly here. You start really losing this, can really just fall hard. These monthly ranges are pretty impressive. It's 21%, to the 5 to the 9, 8%. And then the 9 to the 21 is 26%. So pretty impressive chart. And really, when I see something like this, it still says there's a lot of opportunity and money to be made here. Like, I'm not looking at this as the bulk of the sell. I feel like it needs to fill out some of this before. But we'll see with time. Really now, you're just kind of gauging this to break down. 123 is your spot, specifically $123.33. So long as you stay under that on Robinhood, this is going to have more probable setup to go down to that 107s. And then, we'll take it from there if it loses the 107s or not.
Excelento. Circle, por favor, Mr. Alejandro. Wait, what time is it? Oh my, never mind. Farhan, you want to do, are you doing something? Yeah, salamis, right? You want
Yes, salamis.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is good because I just booked my bowling thing for 12:30, so I have plenty of time to do this after.
I saw that.
But he's a bowler now.
No, he's like a master bowler, by the way.
I'm a masturbator too. I played for the Mexican national team when I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I was really fucking good. But I haven't practicing so long. And my biggest problem right now, it's not strikes, it's spares. Because I've lost practice on that. I used to, go on Sundays and I would have someone like spot me where the pin was going to be and all that shit. So I haven't done that in a while. So I've gone twice now. And I'm averaging like 170, 180. I can do 210s, 220s.
I can't
normal.
I can't bowl without the handicap things up.
Hey, to each their own, man. There's, as long as it's fun. To me, it's fun. Just going.
It's fun.
Yeah.
But if those handicap things are not up, it's gonna go into the gutter every time.
You know what the problem is that I have to the bowling place that I go to right now. At the time I go, which is in the morning after I'm done with this, there's a lot of people with Down syndrome that get taken there. So at some point, I'm going to be in a lot of those pictures. And a lot of people are going to be like, hey, what's going on right here?
I always knew he was retarded.
We knew it. Sorry, go on.
So in the quarterly, we are Sol. It does have momentum very heavily to the downside. It's trying to pick back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone, but it's still below the moving average, while volatility is contracting the entire way through. And we are beginning a bounce from the bottom of the 38.2% currently. And that bounce is taking us up to the 5 EMA, which we are currently, I believe, rejecting as of this moment. But we want to maintain closures over this 38.2%. Once you lose this 38.2%, this is likely going to dump pretty hard to somewhere around $75 at least. Let's see if there's any divergences forming here. Not quite. Monthly is also trying to tick back up from the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility very close to going into contraction. And the monthly is now losing the neutral signal and flipping into a sell signal, which will confirm at the end of this monthly close. Right now, what bulls want to see is a close over this 38.2% at $134, and you should see a slight move up to somewhere around 156 or 155 to 160, although it is very likely going to top out somewhere around that zone, and then from there, this should continue to roll over. 2 week is now flipping back up on momentum, getting very close to getting out of the bearish control zone, with price currently rejecting the 5 EMA. As long as you are rejecting the 5, more likely you're going to come back down and retest the 100 at about $123. Get over the 5, then you're likely going to go up to that 160 area. Weekly also flipped up with volatility at almost at 0%, and the weekly jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral, and the weekly is now opened above the median. So as long as you're closing over that 134, 135 area, likely you get that move up into 160, which is also a tap of the weekly silver cross to the downside. Similar idea with Bitcoin currently on the Solana. Solana 5-day has now closed over the median, and so far we're back testing the median and holding over it. So if we do see a little bit of a move down from here, I'd expect somewhere around 128, 129, but that should hold. And then ideally a close over the median, and that takes us up to 160. Close below the median, you're going to go down to about 110 to 100 bucks. And weekly is 5 days now forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence because we have taken out all of these highs on momentum, whereas price is still making a lower high. We've taken out the momentum high for when price is trading at $235, and we're now at like $100 lower than that area, with 5-day continuing the buy signal on the jewel. 2 days now freshly flipping down with volatility going into a contraction phase, and we're getting a rejection of the top 38.2%. So from here, you should see a move down as long as we close below that area to about 125 to 128. And as long as you're closing over that area, that should be the next higher low before upwards. Lose that area on a closing basis, you're going to dump to 100 bucks. Daily also flipping down with volatility now almost at extreme lows. Same idea on the daily for a little bit of a move down from here since you're losing the 38.2%, brings you to about 130. 4-hour also flipping down now with volatility at extreme lows. 4-hour jewels losing the buy signal and approaching the median at around $136. You start to lose this area, but you're getting the same target from the daily and the 2-day at around 130 bucks. Now let's look at the Bitcoin pairing.
That one looks good. Like it's not going further down. I need to be specific.
Yeah, the monthly is now reclaiming the median on the Bitcoin pairing with momentum pointing up, and volatility is now at extreme lows. Not looking too bad here. And if we can close the monthly over the median, that should be a nice move up to the top 38.2%. This level is going to move, but as of right now, that's like 40% higher than where we are now. And this is compared to the Bitcoin pair. So if it doesn't move up 40%, then that would take Sol to that $200 area instead of the 160s. 2-week is also flipping up with volatility contracting, and we're reclaiming the bottom 38.2% on the 2-week as well. Weekly also regaining the bottom 38.2%, right below that median. Want to see the close over the median to get that busting action move. With momentum flipped up and volatility is not ticking up from 0%. Although we are forming some hidden bearish divergence here of 3 drives, which will confirm with the need close below many zeros 14245. 5 days, same look as the weekly, forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, getting above the median. The 5 days actually above the median, weekly is a little bit below the median, and that targets somewhere around this many zeros 16, many zeros 17 area. 2-day goes along with the idea of a short-term pullback, just like the dollar pairing, with the loss of that 38.2%, but you are getting a fresh buy signal with the pink freshly crossing above the yellow. It gives you more of a bias that whatever move down you get will just give you a higher low and should see some continuation up from there. Daily also flipping down, more of a signal, a little bit of a short-term pullback. Same thing on the 4-hour with the RSI. Nothing. 2-week forming a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $132.25, and that gives you a move into somewhere between the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. That gives you a range between $171 and about $238. 200 bucks. It's right in between that zone. Very cool. Weekly, nothing. 2-day currently has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $124.65. Next target is the bullish control zone. It's at 140 bucks, and the critical zone is at 180. Nothing there. Come on. Nope. And hourly's got multiple tries of bearish divergence. Next target is about $122. Let's get momentum. Quarterly momentum is freshly flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 200 bucks. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility now expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $181. 2 week is also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $171. Weekly is now flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 125.50. 5 days also flipped up with volatility almost at 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing above 122.50. 2 days also flipped up with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 125.20. Daily is now freshly flipped down with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, or actually now contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 142. And 4 hours now very close to flipping down, and it will flip down if you can close below 137.40. Let's confirm. 2 hours should be already flipped down. It is indeed. And with volatility almost about to start expanding, it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 140 bucks. So in the high time frame, just like Bitcoin, this is shifting into more bearish posturing, except it doesn't have the bearish divergences that Bitcoin does have. And quarterly momentum is freshly flipping to the downside, just like Bitcoin is flipped down. Monthly is also flipped to the downside, but except it has volatility expansion, with the monthly and the 2 week are being flipped down, with both getting volatility support. When you get down to the 5 day, all the way down to the 2 day, momentum is flipped up. But when you get to the daily and below, momentum is flipping down, telling you like you can get somewhat of a little move down from here to tap somewhere around $128 to $130. If that area does hold, the medium term time frame momentum being flipped up will likely take you towards somewhere around 160 bucks, maybe $200. That area very likely does reject like the move up we're looking for on Bitcoin, and then that brings you down to somewhere around $100 to $110, and then whatever your final low is, somewhere below 100 bucks, maybe somewhere between $60 and $80, not sure. And the invalidation will be simply getting back over $253.51, or getting a weekly close over about 189, 190 bucks. Either one of those two things, then it'll probably go to new all-time highs. But I'm looking for a bearish retest or a little bit of a move down into a bearish retest into a new low.
Very nice, senor. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Look at MicroStrategy. No, I'm sorry. Strategy. It's not Michael Strategy anymore. It's strategy only. It's only down 70%.
Only.
Honestly,
Amazing.
I don't understand how we dared to talk about being bearish on Bitcoin. We're fucking, you know what? I quit. We can't get it right. We can't get this fucking thing right.
We're perma bears only.
And by the way, if this, after being 70% down, goes back up, for example, people are going to be like, you were so wrong after a 70% correction. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, anything you guys like to add before you go?
Nothing on my part. Just watch the Discord and the trading alerts, because we posted a lot of trades today. Some firing off, some still brewing for next week.
Very nice, senor. We'll be on it, because right now the market seems like it's in one extreme and could easily just give us like further continuation. So let's see if he does.
Seems hot.
Lots of great trades you posted.
It seems very hot.
Yeah. Yep. Well, thank you, guys. Enjoy your weekend, and I'll be here and then go bowling with my friends.
Cool. Yeah, no, enjoy your weekend. Thank you, boys.
You too. Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego. Ok. Antes de ver Solana, les traigo esto. MicroStrategy, ¿no? Esta es una que me va a hacer reír por el resto de mi vida. MicroStrategy está abajo 70%, casi 71%. Ha estado abajo hasta 72%, pero está 71% abajo. ¿Ok? Esto, si se fuera a dar la vuelta, ya puedo ver a todo el mundo diciendo, no fue bajista. 70%. abajo. ¿Ok? Y esto acabó igualito que el ciclo pasado. Les voy a enseñar rápido. Estoy en la de 2 semanas, ¿ok? El ciclo pasado acabó en febrero del 2021. Ese fue el máximo. Y de ahí se fue a comer mierda. En febrero del 2021. Sabemos todos que Bitcoin hizo su tope en noviembre. Bien. Aquí lo hizo en noviembre del 2024 y Bitcoin tuvo su tope en octubre del 2025. Casi un año después. Casi igual, un poco más extendido. Ahora, lo que a mis amigos cripto que les debería de preocupar a los que están holdeando con cojones es, ¿ven algún rally aquí donde se defendió my strategy para no caer así? Yo no. Yo no veo ningún rally, damas y caballeros, de ningún tipo. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Todo el mundo está empezando a decir que viene un relief rally, incluyéndome a mí, que llevo un rato diciéndolo. Pero también al mismo tiempo he estado viendo Bitcoin y diciendo, güey, se ve débil de a madre esta cosa. No sé por qué. Pero vean, o sea, debajo del promedio del 34, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sesiones de 2 semanas. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que vimos eso en los Bitcoins? Debajo del 34, la línea blanca. 1, güey, ni en el 2021 hizo esto. Yo creo que la gente no va a ver ese relief rally que estamos esperando. Puede que sea un pump